so that they can't be accused of abandoning garbage on the street and get cited for that. They're going to have a skip delivered, and they're going to deliver all these secondhand washing machines and send the actual Russian embassy a request for the additional number they would require to extract themselves from Ukraine.
No.
Oh yes, oh yes. I think it's something that could really be well replicated around the world, frankly.
Actually, I think this is really funny. I don't think it's gonna work, but I think it's really funny.
It's right on brand for NAFO, is it not?
It is. Oh, God. Um, so, so washing machines, what else could we send? Because, for example, they were stealing, I think they stole all washing machines that were available in Ukraine, in the occupied territory. So, um, actually,
Toilets. Toilets. They stole a lot of toilets.
yes, that one was odd. But the washing machine in the helicopter, that was the best. So, using a multi-million military equipment to steal a washing machine, that says something about yourself.
And it's also incredibly on brand to do that from the Russian perspective, because you will recall from reading history the amount of looting that the Russian army did on its way to Berlin, all through the eastern countries, including the tearing down and packing up of entire factories and moving them into places in Russia where they were going to also capture the experts and then rebuild them. Unfortunately, those piles of old factory from Germany are still out in the open areas rotting away because they forgot to bring any instructions on how to put it back together. And Alan reminded us this morning of the picture of Putin leaving East Germany, where he was the head of the KGB when the Iron Curtain fell, and returning to Russia, and he had a washing machine with him.
I don't believe that. That's that. Let us ask others
There's a picture.
if there's a picture. Okay, send me the picture. Oh God. Whiskey, have you heard about something like this?
More what I was actually curious about is if we control them harder by sending them the old kind of washboard, kind of rolling, ring it out pins type washing machines. Just to get them in the goat a little bit more.
Whiskey, what I recommended to them is that they take anybody's brand of washing machine, which are unfortunately called white goods here in Australia, which you shouldn't replicate around the world, say washing machines. I told them to take anybody's brand of washing machine and write Bosch on it or Miele, because the Russians just love the German kit. So I said, anything, doesn't matter whose brand it is, write Bosch or Miele on it, and they'll get the message.
At that point, let's just send them a five-gallon bucket and just write Bosch on it, and put a jug of soap in there with it too, just to send them on their way.
All right. I jotted all this down, so I will think about this actually. Helsinki, good morning. Welcome up. Helsinki, we cannot hear you. I see your mic is off, but it sounds like you dropped the mic in a
When Occupy was going on, I was actually a part of Occupy Little Rock, following after Occupy Wall Street. And I still have some contacts there, and I bet you there's some fellas among that. So we'll see what happens.
You got to watch those fellas. They'll sneak in with the humans.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to go out and come back in because I can just barely hear y'all. But it was the only way I could get my hand up. So I'm going to go ahead and drop back down to listening.
Thank you, Maldona, for coming up. So I think you started something here. I think you really started something here, and people started coming up with ideas how to implement this. So you might be pushing this. All right. So let's do this. First of all, it's what time is it? 6:28 in Kyiv. So it's 6:28 in Kyiv. In 1 hour, the sun will be up, rising in Ukraine, which means more or less, if the battles didn't start yet, they will start soon, right? Russians don't have optical gear, or not as much, so they make use of the daylight, right? We here at Maria Report, we support Maria Aid, and one of the reasons we do that is because they send optical gear, they send tourniquets, they send drones, and a lot of other stuff to Ukraine. I donated to them. I support them. I donated to them actually prior to being here as a co-host, and I will continue to support Ukraine through them and through other charities that I came to know from Ukraine through this space, right? Like 3XR, with which Ryan worked. I feed the wolves regularly. So my my pretty dress goes well with gray. So and we actually have a lot of wolves in our country. So yeah. And I wanted to mention this, right? Whiskey.
I was going to say on a lighter note, just checking in. What's your coffee situation?
Brewing. I hate my life at this point.
Hey,
But
as long as it's brewing and it's on the way, you know, that is good times ahead.
yeah, what can I say? I'm not very funny before my coffee. That's for sure. You got to see today one of my ugly faces. It's not all pretty, right? And it's not all pretty and gay. I see Dave raised his hand. Please don't tell me that you already got 3 coffees in your.
Me? No, I don't drink coffee. I'm one of those weird people. Um, but
How
I
how do how 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 do you wake up?
how do I wake up? I open my eyes and I roll out of bed and hit my head on the floor, and that usually gives me a good jolt. No, I just I don't know. I usually wash. I have to wash my face in the morning to wake myself up, but that's usually all it takes. But I was I, put my hand up because I had to first. If you do need to take a break or you're tired, I can fill in for you for and just want to let you because I couldn't send you a DM, so I think Mockers talked to you about it though.
Um,
And the so the one of the news things that I read today that was very disturbing to me because I work at a university. I'm a research instructor, and there's a story of how the Russian universities are now going to be teaching the special military operation in their science and higher education classes, and it really they take this indoctrination to its full extent, teaching about this special military operation as though they're just rewriting history um, before it's even finished. And it really ticks me off because if if somebody especially somebody from the government showed up in my lab and told me what I needed to teach to my students, um, I'd probably blow them up with some kind of chemicals. Um, throw some nitroglycerin on them. Um, because that just goes against everything that higher education is supposed to stand for. So sorry I got on that little soapbox.
No, I think it's a good soapbox, Dave. I think it is a good soapbox, but it made me think of something that was sort of it's education in Russia related, and it made me sad when I read it and watched the video this morning. Um, but there are children um, in the Novgorod region, priests are teaching the children to fight. They're training the young children. They begin with a prayer, and then they run around with machine guns. The priests say this is how they raise children to be real patriots of the homeland. So you can see the indoctrination starting in childhood. And we've talked about this before. And actually, I remember months ago talking about this with Alex. Boy, I'm getting Alex and Axel mixed up. Alex Caftelli. And it was in relation to the children from Ukraine being taken to Russia. And he was telling us about how in the USSR, that was something that was frequently done, was children were taken away rather young from their homes and from their families, or if they were orphans, and put into these kind of learning and indoctrination and training camps. And to see that that's happening again is sad and horrible. And to see it spreading, if it's starting with these kids who look like they're, 8 to 10 years old, maybe. Oh God, there's a teeny one, maybe he's like 6. But all the way up to the higher education level, with of course different kinds of indoctrination, but the fact that it's still happening is just something that that those of us in other countries would just look at and say, no, you just can't do this. You cannot tell our children, what to believe in some instances like this. Yeah, nobody would ever give a child a machine gun.
I know a few people that give child regular guns. And that's when you're describing that didn't sound so far off of what some people want to do here.
You're not wrong.
It's really scary that the same thing. We can see what the results are in Russia, but people seem to be blind to what the results are going to be here in the U.S.
Yeah, that's true, and Ryan might want to chime in on this if he's listening, because yeah, I sort of go back and forth on this in some ways. I wouldn't be training a child like this to be using a gun at that age, but I also somewhat agree that teaching children gun responsibility, if you're going to, be in a household that has guns, is a good and smart thing. And I know that and my brother and I just talked about this last week, and he has a 12, almost 12 and a half year old son that he takes shooting on a regular basis. But that child has amazing gun knowledge for his age and amazing gun responsibility, to the point where he was on the phone with his best friend, and his best friend happened to find a gun. And my brother's son, my nephew, went and found my brother and said, my friend here just found a gun in his house. You need to talk to him. So teaching kids the responsibility, I think, is a good thing too, but this is totally different. This is preparing them to be great patriots of the motherland, and it's a totally different thing. So anyway, we sort of got off on a tangent there.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but I heard you name drop me. Any household that's going to possess a firearm, the children are in, the kids should be shown the gun and explained what the gun is. And yeah, if you go shoot and you live somewhere that you can do that and you can take your kids and expose them to that, then that's your choice. But kids should always be told that they're tools, not toys, and everyone is loaded. Whether it's loaded or not, whether you checked it or not, you don't point it at anything you don't want to hurt. And I don't think kids should be trained or militarized. That's what adults do.
Yeah, and that's sort of where it started, was a video that I saw of basically militarizing school age kids with machine guns in restaurants.
No, that's a little
So
weird.
yeah,
Yeah, the Boy Scouts, even in Poland, is a bit much for my liking. Those kids have knives that are way too large to be useful in the forest. Um,
That's not a knife.
but
That's not a knife, mate.
exactly. I was a little taken aback at the McDonald's at the train station in Warsaw because there was a kid that had a very large knife, probably about the 3/4 the length of his thigh or femur. And I don't know what the hell he was walking around with a knife like that for in the middle of the city, but I put together that they were a Boy Scout troop. I think he may have gone a little bit overboard, but yeah, if kids want to do the whole ROTC thing when they get into high school, then good, great for them. I'm not going to begrudge anybody that. Those are good programs, but no, we don't need little military training camps for children. If they want to go out and camp with a Boy Scout leader, great, or Girl Scout leader, great. I will never condone training kids to be little budding soldiers. We shouldn't be getting into wars, and hopefully we can end this one sooner rather than later. The
Did
whole
you
premise of
did
me going over there is because kids shouldn't have to grow up too fast, and we shouldn't be militarizing effing children by having them wear fatigues or run around in tanks, or train as little soldiers playing airsoft.
did you play with GI Joes?
I
Like,
did, I did, and I played paintball as a kid, but I didn't do it in military fatigues. And playing GI Joes or cops and robbers or cowboys and Indians or good guys and bad guys is different than getting together and organizing a little junior militia for other indoctrination purposes. And there's a difference.
yeah, no, I completely agree. I completely agree with that. But I think I'm about 5, 10 years, maybe your senior. Uh, but yeah, we grew up with GI Joes. We played capture the flag. We had a lot of veterans in the neighborhood and such.
Knowing is half the battle, Whiskey. You don't think I know GI Joes?
Yeah, no, yeah, for
Maybe it's
sure.
knowledge is half the battle. I don't remember. It's
I,
been
well,
a few
well,
decades.
knowledge and knowing is half the battle. But
That's
and,
a
and
GI Joe phrase for those of you who didn't grow up on GI Joe.
but the original reason I came up was to be a little bit more lighthearted about this. Was going back to the coffee conundrum. Um, uh, and you had a rough start. I don't think you had a rough start personally, but I can relate to that because Ryan knows I get up at a god awful hour in the morning, and the first thing I live in the mountains, and the first thing I do is I stumble through the house. It's dark. If it's wintertime, I throw a log on the wood burning stove. But the first thing I go to is the coffee pot. And then shortly after I pour that cup of coffee, I walk out onto this back porch that is kind of overlooking tall pine trees and the mountains and stuff like that. And I sit out with basically everything outside that wants to kill you. We're talking mountain lions, bears, coyotes, bobcats, everything else. And I sit there and I drink my coffee on the back porch um, before I even turn on any of the bullshit that is going on for the day. I get a little, I start to get the neurons flowing and the caffeine going. And then I slowly ease into the day's bullshit. I start to listen in and stuff like that. So I just want to back you up uh, as a friend or whatever that I totally get it. And that's why I show so much concern about the coffee. before we get into any of these deep subjects of what we all care about that is happening around the world. And yeah, at that, I'll break off and we can go back to GI Joe or whatever we want to talk about. But
I'm looking at the video now that everybody
yeah,
was discussing, and this is pretty twisted.
it's pretty wrong. It's pretty messed up.
They don't even
Yeah, I mean,
have
when you think
gun
about it,
ownership in Russia. So what are these kids playing with? Training with, excuse me.
sorry, what's the question?
They don't even, gun ownership isn't really a thing in Russia. I mean, you can have a hunting rifle or a shotgun for birds, but you can't own firearms like this. I don't know, like,
Well, I mean,
what are
clearly
these kids
because of
even playing with?
you're correct. I
Training.
mean, basically, they're training with, they're using as props military style hardware to learn stuff that's clearly indoctrination, right? And that's what all of you are talking about. Whether or not you believe
Yeah.
that responsible gun ownership for children involves making sure they understand the workings of it and the danger of it, or if you're worried about the fact that they're telling them stuff, filling their heads
Yeah.
up with stuff that is garbage, right?
Yeah.
So whatever
I've got a
perspective
house
from
full of guns, but I don't have any kids here. And frankly, I think anybody who's going to own a gun and a child at the same time should be able to afford a gun safe to lock it up in, and they're a criminal if they don't.
don't
But
disagree with you at all there. I believe so. My background being from Montana, having look, if the Buddhists are right and you come back in the next life as an animal or based on how good your dharma interacted with the karma of the world, I'm coming back as like pond scum. Okay, I have killed and eaten so many animals growing up in Montana, and killed some just for sport. Learned how to kill things in the army with all kinds of weapons, but I don't do any of that anymore. And my view on it is a gun is basically a hazardous tool, right? And if I was going to use a chainsaw and have one of those around my house, and my kids were ever going to have an opportunity to use it, you'd give them some basic training, like we have to do in heavy industry for all kinds of dangerous items that you might come into contact with or have to use. That's all I would do with guns, of course, is require mandatory training and skill and competency demonstration for people. And then I don't care what your views are, right? You go get on with your life. That'd be my. Now I live in a society where you're not allowed to own even semi-automatic rifles now, because those were
you're allowed to within reason and with demonstrated need. If you live out on a
and
farm, you can
correct,
have a
but if
small caliber semi-auto
correct.
rifle.
And right, correct, and you get that license and you have a specific use. I in Australia was licensed to operate a pistol because we had a flare in the refinery in Sydney that if you had to light it up as the backup, we shot a flare through. We would shoot a flare through the gaseous
Through the
plume
gas.
coming from that stack, right? So if you have a bona fide use and need for a gun in Australia, you can get one. You can also get shotguns, rifles. Farmers are not excluded from owning weapons. And you can even own semi-automatic handguns and semi-automatic rifles. But those need to be kept at a gun club where they're registered, secured, everybody knows who uses them. And most of those clubs in the States, like in West Australia, you don't even get to hold your gun without it ever being off the cable, right? You can't take your gun out of the gun range and just walk down the hall with it. It's cable locked to the table when you want to fire it. So
Interesting.
and maybe that's unreasonable, but whatever you think about that. But the key back to get us back on subject, there's no need to teach very small children how to use military arms. And if you are teaching them how to use military arms, you're clearly projecting what you expect them to do with what the dogma you're otherwise filling them up with. And that's the real problem with what you see
The most
in that video.
insidious part of all of it is it says that it's priests training these kids to do this.
Yeah.
That's a
Well,
very
or it's Boy
interesting
Scout
take on.
leader too. But yeah, I think that's a little bit. I mean, it's also troubling if you're religious, but it's just totally on brand if you're not religious. They indoctrinate them with all sorts of bad ideas. Why not
Well,
sell
the
this one
head of the
too?
Russian Orthodox Church is a KGB agent, so he was, but there's no such thing as a former KGB agent, as many people here are more informed than yeah, you don't have to raise your hand, you just charge him that. Need everybody.
AK-47 and to maneuver grenades and stuff like that. And I think Will mentioned earlier the fact that in Australia there are other rules than there are. What's interesting and what I wanted to add to the point was something that Ryan touched on. You're taking their childhood, right? Their development into adulthood. You force them to grow up too fast, right? If you put a gun in their hand and you let them simulate, a fighting in a classroom, even if it's a program, it doesn't matter, they don't understand yet. There are adults that don't understand the importance of safety rules with guns. So, yeah, I have more to add, but I have 3 hands, so please help me if you know the order, because I completely lost the order. I think Nathan Dave was next. I might be wrong. I believe Nathan Dave was next. Alright, so, okay, so Dave was here. So, yeah, I just wanted to make it clear that I'm all for responsible ownership. So that I make sure that I have the very concerns I got my first one as well. All my sons have them. They're sending them well. I was a scout master for many years, so I also taught gun safety to lots of others. So I think that's not the point I was trying to make, that we should teach gun responsibility to have gun ownership. I was just pointing out my personal experience, and the experience was good to say no private people owning guns, provided they're following rules like Brian said, but I just literally don't see the need for that tool in Western society, which is where much better experience than I was in American. Yeah, I think that's but I just want to clear that up, and also bring up I think when I first joined, I think on the first we were talking about ISTs, they're getting forward when we have the first one today, and they're going to train more. Thank you. For sharing it. So you were talking about some kind of Sweden. Yes, there's a discussion between Germany and Sweden to have them sent. So this is why I was asking, because there is a discussion. So they are talking, Germany and Sweden have some talks regarding a new military aid package for Ukraine. And according to this one, Sweden will provide missiles and launchers for the IRIS-T system. And this is why I asked if we know how much and how many
Playing with these guns, I don't agree with that. It's wrong. But, you know,
This was not prevalent in Russia.
They seem to believe that they're going to get 1 million people to sacrifice their lives It used to be that in Jane Fonda's times, children which are in school in
You
Ukrainians And they told us that
13 of their windows were blown out back in March and April, and some American aid workers came and helped them put in some cinder blocks to temporarily secure the house. I think they didn't brick up the two top windows, but the house was basically unlivable for the winter because they didn't have reliable electricity, and I don't know if they had a good way to heat the house or keep the heat in. But what I later learned is things are a little different in Ukraine. You don't get a mortgage for a house. There's no mortgage lending. Somebody who retires and moves to a place like Bucha or Peen and builds a house like that has to put all the money down themselves. So it's an investment, and it's basically your whole nest egg. So a little old couple like that living on a pension with a very modest income, who's invested all their money into a house they plan on, retiring and dying in, doesn't really have the means to replace the windows, and there's no insurance policy. And even if there was an insurance policy, it's during an act of war, so an insurance policy wouldn't matter. So those people are basically up a creek without a paddle until they can find out how to buy 13 new windows that the Russians destroyed in their house. And in the meantime, they're living with family nearby in an apartment, probably, one of their sons or daughters and their children. So now they've got 5 people living in a 2-bedroom apartment, hopefully. But we did talk to them and ask them if they had adequate access to, heat and water, and if they were living in the house, and they assured us that they had adequate provisions and family nearby that, they were sheltering and were taking care of them and helping them out. And they said that they were essentially just there checking on the house and making sure their things were okay. Go ahead,
Well,
Marcus.
good morning. I've woken
Morning.
up.
I'm rambling about some aerial shot I saw in that NFL documentary that was a place I spent about an hour at talking to some residents of Irpin and surveying the results of Russian occupation in Irpin. But I saw this, it's probably a 2-second snippet that they cut into this NFL documentary, but I know exactly the place it was taken at because I stood there and spent a bunch of time there. So it's seared into my memory. I think I was just having a train of thought brain dump on the space for God knows how many people. Consciousness brain dump. Just being like, I've never had anything like this before. And, you know, having a warm jacket with the tag still on it. And you can just see this little lady so excited and so happy and hugging the person who brought it to her. And it just, it brings home, it brought home to me in that moment how much the things that you're doing and our humanitarian neighborhoods in Ukraine are doing, and how these things might seem small, but they are huge to the people who are getting them. Margaret, did you want to say something? No amount of praise or anything else can exceed the heartfelt gratitude that somebody has when they realize that even though Russians just steamrolled through their town and destroyed pretty much everything I've probably ever known, that somebody still gives a shit about them and cares if they're cold or
7 people on the speaker panel, and 6 of them are adversarial. I'm not disagreeing with your statements. Ease of moving from one place to another for
after the war, and we have helped Ukraine during the war because the reconstruction actually, as we saw, we started in Ukraine from small things to larger things. Small things are the fact that 2 months after Bucha was liberated, the streets in Bucha that's relevant. It is indeed that pyramid keeps on moving, and with it there comes an awful lot of money and assistance that you wouldn't probably get elsewhere. Yes, if you go out to the news this morning, we have written losses of 720 personnel, 3 tanks, 6 armored personnel carriers, 5 artillery systems, and 3 air defense of Ukraine announced that the Ukrainian army struck this morning the Russian temporary base 8 times. So they were targeting as a control point, a checkpoint. And they also banned 4 Orlan 10 type drones virtually transaction business. Yeah, that was surprising to me that they didn't sort of take that into account a lot more. I appreciate nobody wants to go running into a wall at any time, but they're not being asked to, they were never asked to. It's a place of news. So there's the stuff, and they would, watch out from that. So, anyway, Nathan, Dave, go ahead. Yes, very amazing work with the land. I also wanted to there are 99 of them the Department has that they are making long-term cameras to Ukraine. On 18th, when they know it's 99, the total number of 88 refugees, and then there's the war crimes. I get it, I got myself confused there, yeah. That's a really hard one. In fact, that's impressive. I can't wait to see all these weapons running around, no matter what kind they are. I do know that weapons and tanks are obviously a must-have. Up to date, there's all those weapons and tanks, but they're considered not a real battle tank, but what we call a battle tank. So they're obviously sort of quite fast and maneuverable, apparently, and they will be out about with probably a second line or something like that. They will be the first to go in there just because of the fact that there's better stuff that the Ukrainians are going to have, which they're used to make that punch. But rapid run tanks are much more improved on the T-72 type tanks that are being fielded by the Russians. So obviously that's going to make a big difference. Even the upgraded T-72s, such as the 12s, which they're getting from Poland, they're much more improved than anything that the Russians are fielding. So I think that's going to make a massive impact on the battlefield, just purely from the numbers and the better optics. We've got some hands up, so we've got to hands. Please go ahead. Yeah, my phone was being recorded and I believe the space in there. So I don't know if they gave this answer or not, but from what I understand is that they are allowing, they're allowing the defense industry enterprise to transfer weapons and tanks from their stock. So what it sounds to me is those tanks will come from stocks that the manufacturer already has sitting around that may just need to do their work before they get sent over. So you sent me that earlier asking me whether they let my phone for that answer. But we never got around to talking about it. So I'm getting more tired as I speak, so I'm going to go to bed now. But it looks to me like it's coming from stock that they've had sitting around, not specifically getting permission to one country to do it, but if they're getting permission for the industry stocks to be provided, they shouldn't, talk about giving another country permission. there's still export potential. And the issue with the release of these tanks would have been because they were made by Germany, and the German government has to give the okay in order for them to be transferred. And my understanding is that the conditions do vary. I believe that they were quite large number, but the number that I heard would be released would be 88 of the Leopard 1s. And many of these would be the upgraded Leopard 1A5, which at the end of the Cold War, Germany had provided the West Germans had upgraded them with a fire control system that was on par with the Leopard 2s. The Leopard 2s had a system that EMIS, ES-15, which included laser and timing, stabilization, and thermal imaging. But the Leopard 1A5s had the EMIS-18, which was something very similar, and also what is called hunter-killer capability, meaning that the tank commander has an independently stabilized sight, panoramic sight, with which he could search for targets while the gunner is engaging one target. And once he finds a target, he obviously trains his stabilized sight to look for the target. Once he finds the target, he can, at a push of a button, see the turret to the direction of the target so that the gunner can very quickly pick it up and engage it. And this is by far the fastest way for main battle tanks to engage targets. So the Leopard 1A5s would certainly be a great improvement to speed of engagement for Ukrainian tanks. The one deficiency is the gun. The gun is a 105mm gun that's lower in capability than the 125mm and the 120s of the Leopard 2s. However, the difference isn't all that huge. It may not be able to knock out some of the latest best armored Russian tanks, but it can destroy them, it can penetrate them from the sides. So it's not, it has some disadvantages, but the disadvantages may not be so big that they will make these tanks non-effective. So Marcus is right, you probably don't want these guys to be fighting in the most high-intensity places to have to engage the latest Russian tanks from the frontal arc. But even if they have to engage Russian tanks, if they're well handled, they can certainly be effective and knock out the enemy from the side with flank shots, so to speak. So you can expect them to be infantry support, because most of the time tanks end up shooting at infantry and knocking out bunkers and trenches. So 88 German Leopard 1A5s would be very, very helpful. The Danes are also supplying some of their versions of the 1A5, and having 100 Leopard 1s would really be a big improvement for the Ukrainian forces.
look to a huge improvement in capability and numbers in the next few months. Hope that helps.
It does, actually. It does. So, to my understanding, the tanks will be really useful in the southern fronts. And in the east, would artillery and actually some air support would be much appreciated. So I know some folks were like, okay, so you got the tanks now, a breakthrough with the tanks. Now you want planes. What else do you want? But it's not. It's not like that. So this is about survival, right, Ray? So it's not like they have a whim. I want a new dress, and I'm getting bored with this yellow one, and I want a pink one, and yeah, it's just I will beg you for the pink one, and when I get that, I will want a blue one. It's not that. So this is about Ukraine's survival. They want they ask for specific things that they analyze that they lack on several areas. Am I correct?
Well, not for me to say whether it's correct, but I'll throw in my 2 cents. I think we've moved a long way from when everybody was caught by surprise and was afraid to provide so-called offensive weapons to Ukraine for fear of provoking Russia. And I was one of those. I was quite fearful of Russia doing something, but it turns out that their threats are hollow. How many time have Putin been threatening the use of nuclear weapons? But that would be just complete suicide. So I think psychologically we've moved on from that. But it was more a case with the Rammstein meetings to really discuss what's really needed and what's feasible and in what type of facing, meaning what type of timing should these things be provided to Ukraine. So I think we're getting to a place of somewhat embarrassment of riches, just like your analogy that they're asking for more, and I think the mindset has changed from just being able to cope and defend and not be defeated to actually going and counterattacking and taking back lost ground. I think that may be the change in the mindset. And quite rightly, in the East right now, the Russians have really thrown in their reconstituted elite units, the VDV and some of the replacement tanks have actually gotten to Kremina and Svatova to try and stem the advance and the pressure from the Ukrainians that are pressing on Kremina and also further north. So yes, the Leopard 2s would be very important in that area, and they would make a difference. And one of the things like asking for airplanes, that's critically needed also, but there may be alternatives. As you know, the next package will include the ground-launched small diameter bomb. That's going to be a 150-kilometer range weapon that would actually take the place of what you might need your strike aircraft to do, and that is to be able to hit rear areas and impede the Russians' ability to supply the front. So in a way, if they can produce these things quickly enough, converting the spare GMLRS boosters to fit to these bombs, so they can be launched from the HIMARS. I think that would take the pressure off for the need of transferring aircraft, which eventually would be needed. But that would make a difference in really paring down the Russian superiority in artillery. Right now, apparently, HIMARS has been able to push the Russians' supply depots further away out of the sort of 90 kilometer range, and complicating the Russians' ability to supply enough shells to allow their artillery to have fire superiority, and getting the ground launch SDB would really put pressure back on the Russians and complicate their supplies a lot more. One piece of good news is in Kremenar, apparently the supply issue for the HIMARS GMLRS rockets are such that they are now using them to actually hit the entrenched fortifications. So that may actually be something that would help the attacking Ukrainian forces break through the very stout defensive fortifications. So yeah, it's not just at a whim asking for something extra, but it's really changing the mission to really from not being able to ask for anything before to asking for the right things in order to allow them to take back occupied lands.
Thank you, Ray. Dave?
Yes. So Ray brought up the air support, and that jogged my memory that the Ukrainian defense minister today said that while they do need airplanes, now is not the time for that, and I wasn't exactly sure why he would say that, but he did say that we want planes, just not right now. And that I guess other things are pressing, like the tanks. I was thinking maybe that was because they need to get these longer range missiles and refill their artillery so they can take out all of the air defense systems before they before they start flying around.
Ray?
Yeah, I would agree. It's right now things that as everybody has seen, things that Bakhmut is and the pressure on trying to attack Seversky to stop the Ukrainian offensive against Kremenar. That's very pressing, and one of the issues is the Russians have learned to disperse their ammunition storage. So previously we would see every so often, major ammunition depots being knocked out, and that really caused the Russians not to be able to put up that volume of artillery fire that was allowing them to be able to take Ukrainian positions. Now, currently, with many of the mobilized troops going to the front lines and really used as cannon fodder, repeated infantry assaults, along with the Russians' ability to not get their ammunition depot blown up, they have been able to get back to, being able to fire their artillery quite intensely. And it was just recently a couple of HIMARS strikes that seemed to have caught a couple of important Russian ammunition depot that apparently had helped redress the balance a bit, and the Ukrainians didn't need to suffer from such a high volume of Russian artillery fire, that they were able to resist a little bit better. At least that was one of the impressions that some of the analysts were giving. So I think perhaps one of the more pressing needs is to get replacement gun tubes and more artillery ammunition, including the Excalibur GPS guided shells that can hit the first time without having to have fire corrected. Being able to really get back to some sort of parity in terms of artillery fire to stop these offenses, and maybe also to support the counteroffense against Kreminna. I think that's probably the higher priority at this time.
I will not refute that because I totally agree. But yeah, we'll see what happens. You know what? One of the things that I really hope, and I think we will have I'm actually trying to find out from my colleagues if some could help me with that. So we will have today track rats. It's our everything with tanks and Bradleys and IFVs. And tomorrow we will have the Doolittle air show. So if I get that,
do
sorry.
we also have Peter Duran coming on this morning?
Usually he is every Saturday at 5 p.m. Kyiv time. So I certainly hope so. I haven't seen a card for that. But we have a tank commander coming up. So 122. I've never been so happy to see you. So welcome up.
Yeah, I just heard you plugging the tank rats that's going on later today. So just wanted to come up and say if you guys want to hear us nerds talk about armored warfare, how you do it, and a lot of other things, please join in later today. I'll hopefully be there. I can't promise, but my friends will be there to gladly talk about everything that's heavy and goes boom. Did you have a question or something that I maybe can help you with?
Well, Ray explained, helped us earlier with details on the difference on about the leopards. We were talking about what's coming up right now for Ukraine. What's gonna help and where, right? So how and what is useful in and around the front lines. But I think Ray can has his hand up, so it is more able to put, yes.
Yeah,
please.
since we have a tank commander, I guess I should ask the I should ask a question too. Yeah, so from your experience on the Stridswagen 122, would you consider the this impression that a lot of tank warfare historians and probably current analysts have, which is actual tank versus tank combat is expected to be relatively rare, and that it's probably fighting fortifications, infantry support, that would be an important role for say the shock value of main battle tanks in the modern battlefield. Just like your impression of that.
Oh, that's a really hard question, because that depends on how what the battlefield looks like, and that's really hard to say without proper intelligence. But if I can theorize a bit, it seems like the front line is very long front line, so all resources are probably spaced out a lot, especially Ukrainians. I do believe, however, when and if there's a breakthrough attempt by the Ukrainians to break the Russian lines, they will focus their army heavily, which probably means they will outnumber the Russian tanks by a lot in that sector if they manage to get the element of surprise, thus making it very unlikely that there will be or there will be a tank-on-tank engagement, most likely, but not as much as maybe in Desert Storm, probably. So, but there's so many other systems, so much pre-planning to operations now with drones, and you soften people up with a few Excalibur rounds before pushing, shaping operations. I don't think there will be. It's hard to say, but I don't think the Western tanks will be the weapon that will take out the most Russian tanks in the long run. Let's just put it that way. There are a lot of other systems that can contribute to that. So yeah, and as you're saying, they're most likely gonna be used more against fortifications and providing the heavy fire support, which allows you to break through the lines, most likely.
And if I may follow up, obviously, the anti-armor shells like the bonus, thank you, Sweden, would do their part in engaging Russian armor, but I can't recall whether Sweden has the multi-purpose high explosive rounds, like what is it, the DM? Is it the DM-33 or the American APAM? I know that the Germans are saying that they will be transferring the 2A6s. So I am hoping that that they would include the multi-purpose high explosive round that can be used to do multiple jobs. But I can't recall. Do Sweden have the multi-purpose HE round for the Stridsvagn 122s?
Sorry, yes, prepping breakfast. Yes, there is one of those around. There is, however, I'm not sure. Maybe that's going into a package if it's going. So it's really hard to say. But there are rounds that are sort of like multi-purpose. Yeah, but the most effective way is to use the specific round for the task, like a sabot round or HE round for infantry. But it's really hard to say what type of rounds the Ukrainian will be getting. To be honest, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, can't wait to see.
that makes two of us.
So 122, before you go and serve your family, uh, as you serve your country. Haha, that was a joke. Please, at what time exactly are you coming up this evening? For me, it will be evening. Are you right after
I think
Peter
I can
Duran?
tell you that. I think I can tell you that. I have
Okay.
the calendar right here. So, Tank Ruts starts at 5 p.m. UTC, which is midday in EST. It is 9 a.m. in Pacific time and 7 p.m. Kiev time. Yeah, that's the ones I've got written down. And Peter Duran is up at 3 p.m. UTC, which is 10 a.m. EST, 7 a.m. Pacific time, and 4 p.m. Kiev time. So there you go.
Should
I
be
wrote them
should be
down.
5. So if it's 3 p.m. UTC, should be 5 p.m. Kiev.
Correct.
All right. Awesome. So I think I'm gonna be able to join both of them. 122, thank you very much. I really appreciate you coming up and giving us details and talking with Ray. And maybe Ray will be up to listen to you and maybe contribute later tomorrow for him, today for us.
In which case, I should turn I should turn in. Thank you for having me. Good night
Always a
from here.
pleasure.
I think I should
Always
do
a
the
pleasure.
same. I'll make tank ruts, but I probably won't be awake for Peter Duran, unfortunately.
I'll be here to pester him.
Send my regards.
All right. So we have hands, and I will go to David and then to Gary.
Yeah, just a quick question. Are there cards that we can retweet for the Peter Doran session and the tank session? Or when are they going to be available?
They are being hastily thrown together as I speak. Yes, I've got my man on it. So as soon as they're available, we will let you know, David. Thank you. And go on.
Yes, sorry, my hand went up, or I wanted to put a thumb up. Fat fingers.
No, I do this all the time, so it's okay. Thank you. Thank you for coming up and for supporting us. You have been a real help these past weeks. So thank you. Gary, welcome up.
Is any countries going to send Ukraine some more drones, or I mean, I just want, they must be getting low, but I just wonder if anybody's going to supply them with more drones or not.
I believe the answer is yes. Let me just go back a couple of days in my notes, because there was something quite special which we spotted, which was that 2 new TB2 Bayraktar drones were donated by Baykar. Obviously, we all know that the Bayraktar is a fantastic reconnaissance drone that carries ammunition that it fires. And they've been, I believe, especially at the earlier stages of the war, very instrumental in assisting Ukraine to take out the columns of trucks and what have you coming towards them. Now, I do know in the last US and UK packages, there were more UAVs announced as well in both of those. I'm not entirely sure whether they were entirely recon drones. I don't think they were. I'm pretty sure some of them were loitering munition type drones. I'm just looking through the list of additional items that the USA have looked to provide in this most recent package, and I don't see any drones on there in particular. Oh, hang on. Yes, I do. Oh, no, I don't. Sorry, it's 190 heavy machine guns with thermal imaging sights to counter unmanned aerial systems. That's what I was looking at there. So I think a lot of this is actual more ammunition, more anti-armor systems. This is all what I would call offensive items, and there was a lot of drones on the last package, I'm sure. And we lost Gary. I'm just bringing him back. Did you catch what I said then, Gary?
Okay, how about them F-16s? Is the United States going to send them over? Right now, the Senate put a stop to it, and Biden wants to send F-16s, but our Senate put a stop to it. They blocked Biden. So are they planning on sending F-16s or what?
Well, America themselves aren't planning on sending F-16s, I believe. However, it's something that they would have to give permission for. So we have three possibilities of where F-16s might come from, and this is because they are in a program of upgrading their own air teams at the moment with, I think it's F-35s. So these three potentials are Denmark, Norway, and Holland. So those really are the ones that everybody's keeping their eyes on. It's not actually America's F-16s. So in a way, that decision might not really be very much of a problem. Biden only really has to work out permissions and whether or not they need to take any specific special equipment out of them before they pass them on and things like that. So all those things are being worked out at the moment. And I think at this next Ramstein on the 14th of February, we'll get some more information about that. I don't know that they'll all be done and dusted on that day. I mean, let's face it, the tanks, Ramstein was a bit of a disappointment on the day, but it all came through afterwards. So we shall see what happens at Ramstein is all I can really say at the moment. But there are definite possibilities for F-16s. There are other aircraft being looked at as well, but I think F-16s is the preferred choice of anybody you might ask.
Actually, we had a discussion yesterday, and this is why I was asking about the Doolittle Brigade, because Latin said that he will give us more details on the possibilities of the alternatives of the airplanes that can be sent, which quantities, which countries have what in storage, which were equal to what, or what's better, what's worse. Just like just as Ray gave us a brief introduction, a brief description, a brief difference between the Leopards. We were discussing the other day with Latin we were discussing about Mirage 2000, which is a French plane, but it's in the same range as the Sukhoi 27 and the MiG-29, but with some better capabilities that will really help Ukraine. So I'm really looking forward to that segment, to listen to it, to ask questions, further questions, because we kind of touched on this, but he said we will talk more on the meeting. So yeah, that's why I asked when is it up. Vojta, you are up. Good morning.
Good morning, and hi. There was another speaker talking about the drones, and 3 days ago there was a news which was shared by Special Kherson Cat, and Kherson Cat wrote about, I will read it, General Atomic is offering to sell 2 Reaper MQ-9 drones for $1. But the deal would also require Ukraine to spend about 10 million to prepare and ship the aircraft to the Ukraine. So those Reaper drones, if I'm not mistaken, I'm just a civilian, but I think they are used by the U.S. Army, so they are very capable drones. Yeah. So that's my take. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those Reaper drones as well can carry different missiles, I believe. So the type of missile that would be carried on an aircraft, for example, I'm not sure if it was the HARM or the JDAM or both, but apparently it can carry that sort of missile. And with regards to the JDAMs, they are literally plug and play with the F-16, and that's something which is has been given to Ukraine, but we haven't really seen it doing anything out on the battlefield. I can't say I've seen confirmation of JDAMs being used, and it may be because they're still figuring out how to fit them to their current aircraft, or it may be they've come to an impasse and they can't, in which case F-16s would indeed be perfect because they could literally just pop them straight on it. It's ready to go. So these are the sorts of things that I suppose are being taken into consideration. But yes, those Predator drones, they sound quite exciting, I would say. And I was privy to a conversation where they were discussing them, and the 10 million package that comes with them. However, that packaged support package that comes with them, you'd be paying that out anyway if you were purchasing these drones normally. In order to use them, you would have to have some sort of support process in place. So selling them at $1, I think they were $1 for 2, and so 50 cents each. I would imagine that Ukraine would snap their hand off at that. Seems like a good deal to me.
Did I have my mic open the whole time?
I have no idea, sweetheart, but I never heard you rustling, so.
Okay. So yeah, it is a sweet deal. It's how should I put this? I want things today. I'm at that point in my life when I want things done yesterday. So I don't know how to put this, but yeah, it's funny. It's nice, but I really want to see something done. Like something to have it done. And to put a check mark on it and say, okay, I don't have to worry about this. I will worry about the rest of them. So Yeah, basically, yeah. Uh, let's hope it's gonna solve faster. And I wanted to also say that I am very remiss in the fact that we all missed something, and Domen will come up and he will chastise us for it. And it ain't gonna be good. I don't like when Domen is upset and he has his executive decisions. But we have another guest tomorrow, and we haven't said a word about him. Dave, do you know what I'm talking about?
I actually do not.
It's also from artillery. He comes from Italy. And last time he talked
Yes.
for 6 hours straight. So, yep. Tomorrow night we will have another marathon with Thomas Steiner. So sleep during the day because you won't be sleeping during your night. Yes. Did you have something else to add? You had your hand up, and I simply throw this to you.
Yeah. Speaking of sleeping, I'm gonna step out and catch some sleep so I can wake up in time to hear Peter. So everybody have a good night.
Good night, Dave. And Amanda, my lovely, you've been here holding the fort for some time. So get yourself some rest.
I'll actually go to sleep, literally. Let you and Domen take over, and bid everyone a very good day. And thank you, everyone, for being here and for contributing and for supporting Ukraine. So, and thank you, especially Mockers, for waking up crazy early, just like me, and having your coffee with us and supporting. Thank you.
It's what I do. Right, get out of here, lovely. And the lovely Domen is going to come and tell us everything that we've not spotted overnight, I'm sure. And while he's doing that, I will go to Boccia.
It's Vojta.
Sorry.
Well, thank you, Mockers. Thank you, Anda, for your work during the night and all those days. I'm really grateful for that, and especially in the context, of Walter writing shit on the Twitter. I'm really disgusted, and I believe that it could be really demotivating for all of you, and I'm really sorry. It's like it's so hard for me even to read it, and it's not about me, and it must be so difficult for you, for Caroline, for Yehuda, for everybody, and I'm so sorry for this. And yeah, I just want to tell you that you are doing your work. There is something behind you. You are conducting the interviews. You are sharing the knowledge, answering the questions of the people. It's so important for me and for everybody, to have this some kind of fireplace that you are keeping up, and everybody can come in to the people who are sitting around the fireplace, and we can talk about the stuff. And if we have some worries or something, we can talk it up, and not be afraid of some super Russian super weapon or I don't know something. It's so important what you do, and I wanted to tell you that all those people who are throwing mud on you and everybody, they have done nothing. It's like you, when you go to sleep, you have done so much, and they have done nothing. It's except for throwing dirt around themselves. And yeah, I just wanted to tell you that I support you so much, and it's so disgusting to read all that dirt on the Twitter. I'm sorry for that.
Thank you, Vojta. It's good to have support from people who, on that other subject, we're not really going to comment. It's just not worth giving it oxygen. But thank you very much.
Yeah, I understand that. I just, I'm so full of this, and I understand that you maybe even have the policy to not talk about this because it would be so. It was spinning around so many times, and yeah, do not put oxygen to this. I just wanted to support you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will just announce to everybody that we had a crash not so long ago. So please, by all means, retweet this space and share it out. Let's get some people here so that Doman can impart his amazing knowledge. Welcome, Doman.
Thank you, Marcus, and thank you, Vojta. I just want to ask Marcus, you said I will come and correct everything that you didn't cover. Well, I was busy with talking to someone else instead of listening to you for the preceding half hour. So I have no idea what you did or didn't cover. But I presume that the giant fire in Belgorod Oblast did not go unattended to.
I may have mentioned that, yes. It's a lovely thing to wake up to this morning.
Yeah, these district heating approaches are getting ever more ambitious, ever greater, ever more ambitious. I think I know why. I think I know why the one in Belgorod is so big, especially because you have two mutually reinforcing factors here. Two mutually reinforcing factors. One is, of course, they're eager to install their district heating, their outdoor district heating, where you warm up the whole district with a single heat source. And the other one, of course, is the nature of Belgorod People's Republic, right? Belgorodska Narodna Respublika. And this is what happens often when you have a young nation like this. They're very keen on proving themselves and on showing out. That's why there's such a beautiful district heating system that was installed, because of course they wanted to establish themselves as a propulsive, if young, nation. So that's because that's why it's so extra big. All right, sorry. End of joke. I seem to be opening with these a lot. With very silly stories in the morning, first thing. And I see that we have Ethel. Ethel, please.
Hey guys, it's quite a long time since the last time I've been on this space. Thanks for letting me speak. I'm Ukrainian. I'm Ukrainian living in Ireland, and it was an extremely hard year. Of course, our house is full of refugees, and we're helping locally what we can with transporting them to the locations in Ireland. You probably know how difficult it is to find a place for people coming from Ukraine now, and Ireland is actually in the middle of the horrible housing crisis. Economy isn't, I would say, quite supportive of what's going on. I'd like, first of all, to thank you. There is a big work done by your foundation. That's good. I know that there was an ask not to place of oxygen to the fire, that is going on. I'm not following much on this report. However, I would like to mention that as Ukrainian, and this is space for Ukrainians, right? I'd like to see how many Ukrainians are here now. Can you just, I don't know, place a smile or something? I don't see any. So my point is, I know Olga Khudetskaya. She is a trustworthy journalist. Trust me, I don't tell for many of those. Even Masi Nayem has flaws, despite being on Euromaidan from the very beginning. I'm the person who is one of the millions who've been there. Olga Khudetskaya was there from the very beginning, and she is anti-corruption investigative journalist. So the smear campaign by some unknown person who is saying her to shut up because she is saying something that somebody from Miria 8 might not like, it's just disgusting. And it should be sorted. I think apologies are due. I hope you guys will sort that out. I see that there are efforts of separating this space from this person and persons, and I welcome that, but I would like to hear something more, because this is a person with clear reputation. Also, she's donating and volunteering and personally going to extremely dangerous places where you guys were just, I don't know, like even not reading the news about Ukraine from 2013. She was there on the front line. The other thing is, I don't know even how to tell it, hospitaliers. There are not many funds of and foundations for humanitarian help and going on the front line paramedics in Ukraine. Hospitaliers started in Euromaidan. There were people and doctors and paramedics who were, can I finish, please? I can
You've
witness
been going
that
on
they
for 3
were
minutes after you
helping
said you wouldn't
Euromaidan.
be
No, I'm not
adding
saying about
oxygen to the fire.
I'm not saying, and just would like to underline that I know Hospitaliers Foundation from early 2013. At the very beginning, there were these people who were taking civilians from, dangerous, even bullets, literally. There were people who were helping Maidaners to get to safety and get first medical help. That's how they started. That's how they started. In 2014, when the war started, and the war started in 2014, they were first going to the front line with the, even not an army. We didn't have an army at that time, well, workable army. They had to go with the volunteers. And they have a clear reputation of, they no single 7 hryvnia went somewhere else. And there are people who are not receiving any money for their help. They're like, I'm happy that at least some of them got some, I don't know, official medical positions in the army now. Then it came over kind of several, I would say good 6 years for now. But they are volunteering not only their lives, money and everything. This is the most clear volunteer organization. Yes, they had some, I would say, kind of reputation being reckless, and they had a very bad accident with one of them while driving from the front line, and there was a very, it was very unpleasant. It's so sad when people are placing themselves in danger where is no need for that. But I would like to say that please do something around that. These people and these organizations I trust your organization as well. And I'm Ukrainian. Please, you're doing something for Ukrainians. Just hear our voices. Please. That's not a big ask. Thank you. I can answer all of your questions if you'd like.
I don't know if there are any questions. And so, no, it's a little bit. I will try not to do this. I will try not to have us speak past each other. But the assumption of saying this here now is speaking past everyone, because I've made no comments on anyone, nor has Mockers, nor has anyone else who's currently a speaker or anything. So it's no, it isn't, so to speak. I would just say one thing. Have a look at the previous articles of the chap who wrote that article. That's all. That's all I'll say. Yeah. All right, shall we move on? I'm really not going to be discussing this because it's not something that I'm up for discussing. All right, thank you. Helsinki fella. Morning.
Good morning, Dom, and good morning, guys. How is everybody?
All right.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Good. Yeah, just my comment is maybe that what is value of this space, I just want to speak from my own personal experiences that it's very important also to keep the kind of Western people who are civilized people we are keeping engaged. So this space is very, very much invaluable. So I've been engaged in my life a lot in trying to help people in foreign countries, mainly in Africa, and I always try to subscribe to the do no harm principle. That and I just want to repeat the words of Boris Johnson. He said that we cannot be more Ukrainian than the Ukrainian themselves. So I think this kind of like misunderstandings happen and whatever. I don't want to kind of also go to analyzing what is the kind of like. But I think it's a good idea maybe to try to. I've been trying to get a lot of what I discussed with the people in Mirja Report was trying to get people from Finland engaged, decision makers and experts and this kind of people. But it's always a good idea to get more Ukrainians to have their voice. But this is not saying that the Ukrainians didn't have voice here. I think they had. And again, I'm saying that it's very, very important that the Western world keeps engaged in Ukraine because, frankly, before this war in February, this conflict was kind of forgotten. So it is a key thing that Western audience is engaged and therefore, Mirja Report has done a fabulous job. I follow this conflict through here and try to help and focus my energy here. So not from the mainstream media. So I think we can go past this and work together and just focus on Ukraine 100%. That's all. Thank you very much and all the people and have a nice weekend.
Thank you, Helsinki. Have a nice weekend. Anda, good morning.
Try this better, please. I need to have a good morning, and you know how to say this with a feel. So try this again from the top.
Good morning.
Thank you. This is what I want to hear. Thank you. So I have questions for you, Domen. I truly have questions for you, and they all revolve around tanks because I know we will have tank rats later today, and I pestered Ray about the tanks. And he kind of explained to me the difference between Leopard 1s and Leopard 2, Leopard 1 and Leopard 2. And my question started because I realized or I read something that there was a license signed for Leopard 1s. So we kind of had this was kind of the discussion we had before you came up. And 122 came up to the speaker panel, and then he explained and answered some questions. And you have numbers, and I want numbers, Domen. I want things yesterday done. So help me with some numbers. I am totally lost. What tanks? Where? When? Why? If they are coming, if they are promised, I want numbers, Domen. IRIS-T. We struggled to figure out if we had IRIS-T and how many. If there are coming more. So help me, Domen, with this, please.
Yep. Okay. So That's easy because that's something I can actually do. Right, where were we? Tanks. Main battle tanks that have been promised thus far. 31 Abrams from the US, 14 Challenger 2s from the UK, 14 2A4s from Poland, 4 2A4s from Canada, and 14 2A6s from Germany. That's all when it comes to Western main battle tanks, modern-ish main battle tanks. On top of that, there are a large number rumored, but not committed formally. There's up to 53 Spanish 2A4s, but there's only been probably single digits committed. Now it depends on how it's going to go, but up to 53 are slated for possibly being delivered, for possible delivery. Beyond that, there is some number from Norway, probably single digits, probably or maybe low double digits, but they're not specified yet. They'll probably never be publicly specified. There was talk of a number from the Netherlands, even though Netherlands isn't in possession of any, but they would be buying those which they're leasing from the German Bundeswehr and sending those.
Sorry.
Again, yes.
I saw something. So I don't understand. I'm sorry to break, but it's. I saw an orange tank. It was so it was in an article, and it was an orange tank, it completely orange, and in the article it said they are going to send something. So were they making fun of me?
I don't know. Have you ever seen an orange tank? I've never seen an orange tank. Hopefully not one that needs to be peeled or something. That'd be very odd camouflage, sunset orange.
That would probably be the Netherlands, if I'm not incorrect. So yeah, I think they have one show tank or something like that. Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense, like the footballs. Okay, fine. So yes, there's a possibility, there's a theoretical, practical possibility that there is such a thing as an orange painted tank because the Dutch somehow like orange. Okay, where were we? Other commitments that are maybes. Finland, who's never going to say anything about numbers. Portugal, who about whom it was initially reported they would be sending 4. And then they said no, but only 2 of the 37 we have are operational. And now they're having a big introspection. On top of that, we had that's where all the Leopard 2s stand. What I prefer to look at is the breakdown that was provided in the Bundestag on the day of the release of Leopards. They said at the time, Scholz and his defense minister, they were going to be looking at 40-ish, a battalion's worth of 2A6s and 40-ish, a battalion's worth of 2A4s, combined from various countries. I think that's the most reasonable way to go about it. If you want to look at it, constructing it bottom up isn't going to be much use because all of these countries are not going to be specifying any numbers. Finland's never going to be specifying numbers. That's going to mess up your bottom-up construction. Much easier to go top-down in that way, I think. Necessarily which ones come from, as long as they do. Yesterday, Leopard 1s, much older tank, smaller, lighter, not as well armed, not as well armored, but useful as a fire support in a fire support role. Probably useful in the similar sort of role as well as Striker mobile guns or AMX-10s or whatnot. One to two can go much more into that when his IKEA assembler is not too busy. And there could be up to 88 from German industry dripping in throughout the year, depending on how quickly they can get them into good shape. Another 20 that used to be in lies. So I think that's important to note as well. Mitsotakis, the Greek Prime Minister, explicitly said they won't be sending any Leopard 2s, at least not now. However, they do have hundreds, and I mean many hundreds, of Leopard 1s in perfectly functioning order that are ready to be sent. So that's where a larger pool of these might lie. And as a reminder, this is a large-scale conventional war. In a large-scale conventional war, at some level, you need a lot of tubes to put shells through. And that's important. So I wouldn't be worrying too much necessarily about which are the best things. They just need more things, fundamentally. And yes, they need as many of the best as possible, undoubtedly, but that's not the only thing that's useful. Right? It's not only the best that is useful. A lot of the rest is very useful as well. So having more capacity is absolutely crucial. But yes, they will be used in a different way. So there we go. I think that kind of covers it. On top of that, there's substantial numbers, many tens of other ones, many tens of, indeed hundreds of various T-72s of various versions from Morocco, Poland, Czech Republic, probably a few other places as well that are still to come. So that's important as well, of course, but that's a completely separate use case. Again, on top of all the rest, we'll have to wait and see what the final numbers will be. There's a number of 321 tanks promised by Western countries of late. That's a number that, yes, was used yesterday by Minister of Defense Reznikov. However, the same number was used previously about a week ago, last weekend sometime, by the Ukrainian ambassador to France, and that number at the time did include a large number of T-72 of twos of various types. So it was about 50% modern Western MBTs. It was about 50%. It was about 50% various versions of T-72s, including Tordis and whatnot. So there you go. That's your numbers out there. The way I look at it, the easiest way I think to look at it is to say there's expectation of 42 A6s, 42 A4s, making for 80 Leopard 2s, plus minus 2 or 3. There's 31 Abrams, 14 Challengers. That's spoken for, right? So we're looking in aggregate at about 125 modern Western MBTs. On top of that, we're looking at in excess of 100 T-72s pledged and delivered since the start of the year, some still to be delivered, and we're probably looking at eventually at least triple digits of Leopard 1s, with hope for very substantially within triple digits of Leopard 1s if Greece comes around on it. I think that's the sensible way to summarize it right now. That can be well evidenced with official statements. There's always going to be, more from here, more from there, but I would caution that this already presupposes quite a lot in terms of Leopard 2s from various sources, which is fine. But it also means that if you hear specific Leopard 2 commitments from here or there, there might not be additive to this. They might be a part of the already 40 plus 40 that they're initially assuming, if that makes sense, Handa. So 40 plus 40 plus 31 plus 40 plus 100 plus 100 plus.
Yes, it does. So that was the confusing part. The fact that it was an initial grouping, and after that, when people started to say 2 here, 3 there, blah blah blah, it kind of it was confusing for me. Like, are they part of it? Or it's something else? Where are and what is that 321, right? 321 tanks composed of? Are they, apart from it, are they together with everything that sum up? So yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
And to add to that, there's a lot of people on the internet, very well intentioned, who see an article in a language they don't speak, and they just see a number in it, but don't see how it's caveated, and then say, such and such country is committing to so and so many tanks. That happens a lot, and that's fine. But it's my self-adopted role to be the bubble burster in chief on the internet and saying, no, well, actually, it's not quite like that.
You're not a bubble burster. You're not a bubble burster. No,
sometimes I am. Daniel can have all of this, okay? I won't let him. Okay, Chris. Very good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Doman, Mockers. You've got to add, if you remember, Doman, you've got to add the British bag of cash, Doman, to the tank calculations. Just to say there's going to be 100 tanks repaired from the British bag of cash, and maybe they'll go out to the King of Jordan and buy them Chally 1s. What do you think?
Do you want? So what you're proposing? I'm sorry for jumping in, but do you want to buy some Challenger 1s? Are they on sale?
Well, I can explain this. So, yes and no. Jordan is replacing the Challenger 1s with Leclerc's, because they're replacing their second-hand Challenger 1s they got from the British 20 years ago with French Leclerc's they're getting from the UAE now. Now, Chris's point about the bag of cash, I don't think would be necessary, actually. There would be a necessary bag of cash to fix them up, but Britain originally sold Challenger 1s at, I think, £1 a tank to Jordan about 20 years ago. So the supposition is that, they could well be returned at a similar price. So it wouldn't take so much a bag as a wallet of cash, which is good. They will obviously need quite a bit to be fixed up. But Thomas Tyner, when somebody mentioned this to him yesterday, rather jumped at it, saying, yeah, these are better than Leopard 1s. They're way better than Leopard 1s. And it kind of makes sense because they're 15, 20 years younger, right? The initial design. And they have gone through upgrades and they have a bigger gun. So I think there is something there, Chris. I think there really is something there. And I suggest someone should be bringing it up to Thomas tomorrow. What do you think, Chris?
Well, I do, Doman, and may not have, heard of the team of, bowler-hatted, pinstripe suit, pinstripe trousered men that are running around the world with a bag of cash, because we found out about that in the letter from the MOD, didn't we? Well, you already knew about it, didn't you? But yeah, and there's two bags of cash, isn't there? There's the British bag of cash, and then the whatever that joint European fund is called.
Well, Chris, I'm waiting for it drop at my door, and this way I will take the cash, and go and buy some tanks, because I understand that who is it? Belgium is selling cheap.
Well, I think that's all you have to do, Andy. You just have to sort of advertise that you've got something that the Ukrainians need, and then they'll turn up at your door. This is actually true. Again, Andrew, I don't think you were on, but we were talking about. Doman knows this, right? But when we were we were investigating the shall we say, call it convoluted issue of can you upgrade from Challenger 1s to Challenger 2s? And sorry to have mentioned that, Doman, because I know that's going to kick off all sorts of comments forever and ever. But yeah, anyway, so I won't go down that rabbit hole, Ander, right? But yeah, when we were looking at that, right, I started doing some research here, and I came across this guy over here, and in the Midlands near me, who has a massive park, should we call it, acres and acres of old British armour, right? Which he repairs, and indeed there have been Ukrainians and men with bowler hats and that turning up at his park and buying stuff and sending it to Ukraine. So it's a real thing.
Well, anything that gets to Ukraine, that's a good thing. So
Do you want to know a secret, Ander?
yes, please.
I hear some of them weren't even wearing their hats.
No,
Anyway,
no, you're joking.
I know. It's just unforeseeable, isn't it? No, but seriously, this is done quite a lot. The British government does go around with literal bags of cash, getting ammunition from all around the world, getting supplies, getting vehicles for Ukraine from around the world, getting spare parts, frankly, for a lot of their Soviet type vehicle fleet. And this is really, really important. Without that, the Ukrainian military would have a much harder time continuing shooting, continuing, doing whatever they do. I would advise Ander to stay out of the arms business.
I'm not good at it, right?
I just don't think you're Bulgarian enough, frankly.
I have
Because
a yellow
statistically,
dress. I stick out, and it's not good when you're doing shady business to stick out.
yeah, yes, and I mean, my crude attempt at a joke was that there's a lot of Bulgarian arms dealers, which was true, certainly at the point in the 90s, just because Bulgaria had so much stuff, and it was quite reasonable to sell off some of it. But yeah, anyway, it's not I don't think it's a fun business. I don't think it's a fun business unless you're really into that sort of stuff. David, do you reckon it's a fun business?
I wouldn't recommend it for sure. Although I don't know, there must be some fringe advantages somewhere.
Well, for sure, you approve of one thing. I'm not good at it, right? So.
It's all far too dangerous for somebody as cowardly as me, I think, to get involved in something like that. The only advantage I can think of is that you'd be looking at a lot of big tanks very frequently, which is always a good thing.
Well, I like Bradleys. I'm fond of Bradleys. I stick with my Bradleys. Let's put it this way. And I want Bradleys for the tanks. And I want to ask actually 122 when we will have truck rats this evening, because I understood that for example for a reconnaissance mission you need like 2 Bradleys with one tank. So the question is how do we get all those Bradleys to Ukraine or others, other IFVs if necessary. I'm not so moody. I'm not so picky, but I like big numbers, not 2-digit numbers. Let's put it this way.
I can't help you there, and but I guess 122 might be able to. I had another on the subject of big numbers. I'm kind of fumbling my way through the numbers of, let's say, personnel lost on the Russian side. So, who better to mull this over with than Doman? I've just been doing some, let's say, back of the fag packet calculations on deaths, and so I think the latest Ukrainian figures are something like 120, 130,000, something like that, which would kind of give you a projected forward amount of 200,000 by the end of May, which is just it's just a huge number. So I mean, even if we say that the Ukrainian figures are 50% over the limit, that's basically 6.5 times the rate of losses during the 10 years that the Soviet Union was in Afghanistan. And I'm not sure really whether the figures coming out of Ukraine are deaths or injured. And yeah, so maybe you can talk to that a little bit, Doman.
Yeah, happily. Okay, so the way the numbers are put together is reports up, stage by stage from the smallest operating unit to the whole military, right?
Yeah.
So there was a really interesting thread I can't find anymore by a Ukrainian serviceman who was saying, people doubting these numbers have no idea how much evidentiary proof we need to offer for every casualty, for every vehicle, for everything. So there are numbers of killed, they say. They do make actually really good sense because they do gel quite well with what other reporting, outside aggregate reporting that's being done by various countries' intelligence services, the Brits, the Americans, whatnot. So the Americans just came out and said, the number of dead and wounded together, dead and irretrievably wounded, I think, something like that. Out for good is now over 200,000 on the Russian side. They just came out with that yesterday, I think. So clearly, the Ukrainian number of just over 130,000 dead fits pretty well with that.
Yeah.
The other component is we have a pretty good track of officers killed in Ukraine, right? Because officers are much more likely to get obituaries.
Yeah.
And so thus far, the number stands at 1,740 officers. And at some point we were doing a little bit of similar back of the envelope maths, and David, I'm very glad that most Americans are asleep by this point when you said your back of the what calculation. And we basically came out saying, this kind of makes sense. This is about the right number of officers to be killed, knowing their officer to enlisted ratios. Right, so that the number of officers gels pretty well with the number of, and we know this from obituaries, right? These are Russian obituaries published on the internet in newspaper, on Facebook, and whatnot by name. So you're not going to get doubles, right? So that suggested, we were talking about this a few weeks ago, and that suggested somewhere in excess of 100,000 dead Russian soldiers. Now, it wasn't, obviously, the estimate would be rough, but it basically said, the Ukrainian number is right around where you would be expecting it on the basis of how many officers are being killed.
It's plus minus 10%, not plus minus 50%, right? So
exactly, which is kind of the relevant thing, right? Does it really matter if right now there's 120,000 dead Russians, 130,000 dead Russians, 140,000 dead Russians? No. It makes very little. It makes very little real difference. What exactly the number is. So the number makes sense. There was a really good thread on why the number of fixed-wing aircraft is likely to be. I lost that as well. I keep losing these. I should start bookmarking better. on fixed wing aircraft, people saying, oh, but on so few have been visually evidenced. Yeah, but that's because reasons, and that has been pretty well evidenced as well. So in other words, I would go with these numbers as being, close enough to the truth that they are the truth. And if anything, I think sometimes they might be suffering from underestimations, especially when using HIMARS to hit far behind the lines, right? You blow up an ammo depot. How do you know if it was empty or if there were, 70 people moving boxes of shells around? You don't really in the middle of the night, 60 kilometers behind front lines. So any overestimations at the front where somebody from a drone looks to be dead but is actually just very wounded and then eventually survives probably get compensated off by the numbers of those killed far behind the lines that couldn't be evidenced well, David.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, it's plus minus 10%, and there's also a significant chance of it being an underestimate, as well as it maybe being something of an overestimate. There are so many, reports that you can get the data of the people who are located on a specific site quite easily, and these things are reported as well by Ukraine, and they seem to be pretty accurate. So there's very little grounds from my perspective in casting any aspersions on those figures. Yet, we're still, that would put us kind of 14 times the amount of people that have been lost in Afghanistan over 10 years by the end of May, which is still staggering. It's still
staggering. So I want to note a few things about that as well, David. So that's actually a really interesting point as well. And what I want to say to that is the following. Underestimate, overestimate. It's roughly, right? The number is roughly where it should be. That's good.
Yeah.
The rate of loss compared to Afghanistan, compared to the Soviet war in Afghanistan, which went on for just over 9 years throughout the 1980s, is absolutely stunning because, let's do some adjustments, right? In just over 9 years, the Soviet Union lost just under 15,000 KIA in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
So that was over 9 years. Here we're talking about 10 times as many lost in 1 year as Russians had lost as the Soviet Union lost in 9 years in Afghanistan. Literally 10 times in 1/9 of the time. So that's a factor of 90 when it comes to the rate, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But that isn't the whole story, because the whole story requires you to look at demographics. Remember, the Soviet Union had about twice as many people as Russia has now. The Soviet Union in the mid-80s had about twice as many people as Russia has now.
Yeah.
On top of that, the demographics were much younger. So they had a lot more, young-ish men than Russia has now. So you're not multiplying it by 2, you're multiplying it by 3. The rate of dead Russians in Ukraine is almost 300 times faster than the rate of Russians in the Soviet war in Afghanistan. Almost 300 times faster. That is ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous. But also what it says is it shows just how different the zeitgeist is of Russia in 2023 compared to the Soviet Union of 1988.
Well, not only that, but it also has a disproportionate effect on the functioning of the remaining Russian economy and society. And I don't know what to say about it. It's just incredible.
It is an absurd level of dedication, isn't it, to just getting everything destroyed. The other thing that I want to highlight real quick is, then I go to Nali because it's on his doorstep, and actually this is a good transition, is in the last week, we saw videos of 2 Tor-associated radars. Tor is an air defense system, a mobile air defense system. 2 radars associated with Tors that were mounted on vehicles specialized for Arctic warfare. So there's only very few of these radars around because they're supposed to be stationed up close to the northern bit of the Finnish border on the Kola Peninsula, around Murmansk, whatever, right? Alakurti. So, not one, but two of these vehicles were shown destroyed over the past week in Ukraine. What does this mean? This means that Russians didn't just empty the bases in the most strategically important bit for Russia of personnel, they also emptied them of equipment.
Yeah, this is incredible.
There is nothing left on the Finnish border, David. It's empty. That was the most heavily militarized bit of the Soviet Union. Why? Because it's next to where the submarines are. It's next to where the strategic bombers are for the polar route. It's next to where the ICBMs are. That is the most strategically important bit. And they know that nobody's going to be attacking them. They know that there is no one who's going to be crossing that border. But that also says that they recognize this. And they recognize the lies that they've been telling at some level. Right? And they realize they don't actually care. They don't actually care because while being theoretically strategic, it isn't really, in the sense that it doesn't have to be defended because nobody's going to be attacking them. And this is really important to recognize.
Sure.
And that's important for everybody looking at strategic picture of Northern and Eastern Europe to recognize that Russians are A, taking everything out, and B, they're never going to be attacking Finland now, really, because they don't have anything to do it with anymore. That having been said, I keep talking about Finland. I want to go to Nale, because Combat Trash Band is still connecting on my screen. I won't be able to hear him, even though I know he's connected for everyone else. Nale, please.
Yeah, thanks, Domen. Hello, everybody. I want to ask a very long-winded and maybe not so well thought out question, but I've been listening now for the last couple of days on this space that we were talking about Western tanks and how we trust the technology generated by our Western societies counter to the Russians, because as mentioned on this space, Vladimir Putin has three identical aeroplanes, so he can just switch planes if he needs to do that. But I started thinking about this tank question and how it often is mentioned how superior our Western tanks are compared to the T-series on the Russian side. So why don't we send more tanks? Because after all, they are superior. And do we have in the policy making how do you say, layers of society, people that actually do not trust our superior technology enough so that they can make decisions of actually sending these, if you know what I'm getting at. But that's my question, and it frustrates the hell out of me that we don't send everything. Thanks, and sorry about the bad question.
And you, my friend, just asked the golden question, right? And unfortunately, that there's a lot of politics involved, and unless we can get a bunch of these international politicians onto the space and we can dissect their brains, we don't really know what's going on inside their coconuts. Are Western tanks, better? Absolutely, 100%. Ask 122. He's sitting in the bleachers there right now. He can tell you wholeheartedly that him and his Leo will eat through an entire battalion of T-72s, and maybe if they're lucky, they can get a shot off. What are we looking at, Domen? We're up to about 350 tanks internationally being donated to
So let me do a
Ukraine?
quick rundown. We're looking at on the basis of official announcements, 42 A4s, 42 A6s, 31 Abrams, 14 Challengers, 100 plus Leopard 1s, eventually once they get fixed up, 100 plus T-72s of various subtypes. So yes, many hundreds, but it depends on how you want to break
That's
it
a
down.
division.
You're looking at 100 Trash Panda. You're looking at 125 for now modern MBTs. So Leopard 2, Challenger 2, Abrams.
Yeah, that's a pretty potent force. Not including that the support vehicles that they're going to have, the Strikers, the Bradleys. That is a potent Western force. And yeah, absolutely. Are they going to make a difference on that? We would be silly not to sit here and realize that yes, they will make a difference on the battlefield, and just in engineering terms. And if you don't believe me, look at the difference between a Lada and a BMW. The engineering there is quantum leaps beyond each other.
Okay, give him something more fair. Be like Lada versus a Volkswagen.
Yeah, I guess. No, so something like the Leo 1s. The Leo 1s, they're a contemporary of the T-64 early T-72s. I would not want them to see them going up alone by themselves, but it seems that the Western countries are opening up their coffers and they're dumping a bunch of Leo 1s into the fray, and that's great. An older Western tank is better than no tank at all. Right, it's incredible that the firepower, like when all these main battle tanks come on, essentially the Ukrainians are going to have a NATO division of armor that they can use at their will. And they took all of the north with captured Soviet tanks, right? So keep that in mind, that they're biding time. So everything we're seeing, and we've been watching this for weeks. We've been watching the salience develop around Bakhmut and whatnot, and the Ukrainians have become masters at this, trading space for time. And, those troops on the ground, I can guarantee their commanders are sitting there going, okay, you know what? We got to buy some time to let our little troopies get trained up on all this kit. So go out there and, kill as many Vatniks as you see coming across the field. And when we see them coming across the field, these Russians coming across the field, because I've been watching all night, along with having a couple beers and this can of Sprats that I don't really know what to do with, and I actually came up here to ask Domin because he seems to be quite adept at it. They're walking out in the open, like 122, all the other people here that served before, they're not monkey crawling. They're not they're not doing movement and concealment and whatnot. They're just they look like they're out for a stroll in the country. And the Ukrainians just they wait till they're at focal points and they mortar the shit out of them. It's incredible. I don't really know what's going on that level, but with the armor, yeah. Once these Ukrainians are trained up, there's an upcomings coming for the Russians, and I think that certain levels of the Russians know what's coming, and they really don't want to talk about it. And you see this very relevant in the disinformation space. There's a certain disinformation Russian that basically has our names pegged. He tags like Doman and myself and then the rest of the Maria report crew here all the time, going, "Oh, the Ukrainians are all going to die," and I won't give him any oxygen. I won't mention who he is, but he's obviously a state-run actor, because he's got some Doman. He's got some pretty nifty animations going on around Soledar and stuff like that, and the more absurd that these Russian propagandists get, you need to take a step back and kind of digest that for a second, going like, the reason the propaganda is getting so absurd is because the Ukrainians are getting so effective. Hopefully I didn't go down too many rabbit holes there, Doman. I'm sorry.
No, that's good. Lila Scoot says hi. It was at the end of the rabbit hole you were going down. But other than that, all good. No, and that's quite right, Combat Trash Panda. And even, right, as you noted, Leo once, fire support for infantry matters, right, Combat Trash Panda? Fire support for infantry matters.
Absolutely. And we have to remember that all along the Eastern Front, the Russians are pouring. Oh, sure, they got 100,000 new troops in the fray. Throw them into the fire. They're going up against combat hardened, and I mean hardened, Ukrainian troops that are just sitting there and biding their time, and they have they have the weapon systems that they can effectively use combined arms. And with combined arms and proper tactics, 4 or 5 guys in an area can hold a pretty large chunk of real estate, by themselves. The Americans did this in Vietnam. They did it in Korea. The Canadians did this on a hill, and there's like 5 dudes left over with a 105 howitzer at the end. Because they used tactics, and the Russians have no rhyme or reason. They don't. I don't even know what the hell they're doing. They're just pouring more gas into the fire. That's all I see. Every time they do one of these recruitment drives, just more gas into the fire, because there's no rhyme or reason. They don't act like soldiers. They just act like ants crawling around and just being squished. I don't even have a good analogy for it. Like, help me out here, Dolman.
You could just say human waves. I think human waves is the best descriptor I've heard of thus far, and it fits because it is actually kind of close to the name of the tactic, right?
It's disturbing. Some of the listeners might get upset, but we're getting reports from Bakhmut of Russian bodies piling up in the fields 2-3 deep. And you have like people like these Russian propagandists turning around. Oh, the war's going great. Is it? With that, we should probably go to some hands.
Yeah, Nale, how does I know this went way beyond the answer to your question, but any thoughts, any comeback? And we'll go to Andy and Shaggy.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, a division of Western tanks is not a bad thing, of course, but it's all the other stuff as well, because now I've I've read on Twitter, which is of course all knowing and it's all facts all the time, that the Lilla Scouts are coming at the end of the year, and all this talk about we being the West and manufacturing power and all this. Can we just get the so-called arsenal of democracy up to speed and get this done, because every day the Ukrainian soldiers are dying and civilians are suffering. So get it done. Thanks.
Thank you, Nalle. So I won't comment on the Lilleskud on the daggers because I am frankly confused thoroughly, because there seems to be different people from different companies involved in it, as well as government, saying very different things to different news outlets, and I frankly don't know where it stands, and I decided to just kind of hang back and wait for a little bit before we kind of figure out what's going on with those. So, but yes, other than that, I really couldn't agree more. Anda. Anda? Okay. Shaggy?
Sorry, I was expecting
I
Andy
can't
to
hear
talk
you,
then.
Doman.
I was expecting Andy to talk then. Yeah, my question is regarding the Leo 1s. I'm trying to figure out how effective they are compared to other things. And I heard the previous, sorry, I've just been delivering groceries. The previous talker say they're equivalent to T-72s or 64s. So I'm wondering where they'd be used. I mean, I wouldn't be very happy sticking them up against better tanks than the Russians as a breakthrough force, but I'd probably
It's the way you employ them.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, and everything has its place, and the Leo 1s would be they'd be a great recce tank.
Exactly, that's what I'm thinking. Is they come as a follow-on force rather than the main force. But my main concern about these Leo 2s is manning them. I mean, you don't really want to put your best tank crews in them. Because the tank crews are kind of take a while to train, and obviously they're your human resources. So I'm trying to get into my head the equivalent of what they're equivalent to, like their armor. Is their armor equivalent to a Striker kind of thing, or is their armor equivalent to a Bradley? Or I know their armor's not equivalent to. I know their armor's probably equivalent to maybe a T-72 or a T-64. So I was thinking maybe they could just be used as like glorified infantry fighting vehicles. Some people have said they're better than kind of having a Nissan, where it's like, well, anyone can hop in a Nissan and drive it, but not everyone can hop in a Leo and drive it as it would. Like I think. So I'm trying to figure out where it would fit in. So there we go. That's my question. Sorry for butting in.
The Leo 1s. Oh, there's 122. He's going to jump in here. I'm just going to harken back to the day there was a video that Rheinmetall put out yonks ago when they were producing the Leos, and it was some sergeant somewhere pouring a beer and into a glass, and he puts it on the barrel of the Leo, and they take off. They take off across the train. It doesn't spill a drop. That thing is steady. The Leo, the whole Leo family claim to fame is speed. And they're fast. Not only they're fast forward, they're fast in reverse. With that, I think we should probably let 122 jump in here because he's a bit of a subject matter expert on it.
Yeah, so first off, the Leo 1 is not going to be an IFV or glorified IFV, mainly because it cannot carry troops other than the crew. The only thing it's going to be used for is, no, let me rephrase that. It's probably going to be used as a fire support vehicle and to be used in smaller, localized operational situations where you have pre-scouted the enemy, made a call that the enemy does not have any MBT in the vicinity, or that you deem it possible to take out that MBT. The enemy will not have a substantial number of MBTs in the vicinity if you're going in with these alone. You can put them alongside a few IVs to make a small strike force to assault a smaller village where there's just some Russians holding out. But this Leo 1 will not be in the front lines as a Leo 2 would be, because the Leo 1 does not have any armor to speak of, to be honest. As Combat Trashman was talking about, they traded that armor off for speed, because that was the thinking of the time. You needed fast tanks. So that's the thing. So they should be used as fire support vehicles in this, and go alongside Ukraine's existing Soviet main battle tanks, or go alongside the new Western tanks, or used depending on situation, used as recce vehicles alongside maybe alongside the AMX as a composition force, and alongside AVs, but they should never be in the front, because they're not going to be able to absorb pretty much, not anything, to be honest. So, but the gun is great. It will do its job, and it does have optics. It does have a lot of things, so it will fill an important role as long as they use it according to its strengths and weaknesses. But no, it's not going to be an IV, since it can't carry any troops inside the vehicle except the crew. So
yeah, I was just kind of clutching at straws when I said possible IFV. I didn't think so either. Very, very, very handy answer. Kind of a recce, and maybe mopping up as well. So mopping up, part of the mopping up group as well, when the main battle tanks have gone through and broken through. I'm thinking, cheers. Yeah, so my handle on it was kind of in my own head was okay. Thanks for the clarification. And I'll drop down to listener. Thanks very much, guys. And I love Maria Report. You guys carry on doing what you're doing.
Oh, thank you very much for your support. One thing it would be really good at is smashing through defensive positions. It could do that all day long. And like 122 was saying, being on the vanguard with the infantry, taking an urban area when they know no other MBTs are present. We kind of call that recce and force. So yeah, it has its place. It is lethal in its own regard. With that, Anda, are you with us, or are you still napping? I think she's still napping, so we're waiting. Doman had some issues there. I'm going to drop into host and bring him back up. So Mockers, you with us?
I sure am. Yeah, I was.
Coolio, if you can take care of the hands here, I'll go take care of Doman.
Sounds like a deal. Helsinki fella, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Can I divert the topic a little bit to the upcoming Munich Security Conference, which is taking place in February 17?
By all means, please do.
Yeah, I was watching some media channels, Russian-speaking channels, and it appears that this every year gathering of European security actors, high-level actors in Munich, takes place every time this year. And this year, it appears that the German hosts, I think there's some sort of think tank, but I guess it's like aligned somehow to the official German policy. Anyway, it attracts a fairly highest level of participation from Western countries, and of course it's a place where infamously Putin made the speech in 2008 about this very aggressive speech against the West, and rest is history. But anyway, the topic is that this year in February 17, the Russian official delegation appears that it's not invited at all, which is completely right, taking into consideration that what kind of monstrosity Russia has unleashed to their friendly neighboring country. Instead, the German hosts appear to be inviting opposition figures, two prominent opposition figures who have been very critical and are arch enemies of Putin, namely Mikhail Khodorkovsky and Garry Kasparov. So they will, I think, making some speeches there and things that I think it is a right move from the German hosts. It's a kind of important discussion club in a high level. But then again, my kind of how do you say? I'm a little bit dubious still about the German hesitancy to confront the Russian aggression full on. But anyway, it's a good step in the right direction. Let me just put it this way. And I just wanted to share this kind of political events also in between this kind of tank discussions. But anyway, have a nice day, everybody. Thanks.
Thanks, Helsinki. I'm curious if there was anything that came out particular from last year's Munich Security Conference, because I would have trusted it would have happened just before the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine. And I think that with everything that was happening then, maybe we didn't pay enough attention and have enough of a look back to what was said and done there just ahead of it. But maybe now, a year later, maybe a retrospective of the last comments that were made there by Russian representatives would be interesting, actually. So that's something for me to go look into someday when I have the time.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think it's a usual narratives from Kremlin, But yeah, it's a good point. Yeah.
Oh, for sure. It's just a question of exactly which ones, because as you know, they go into so many different ones. It's every day is newly freshly pronounced nonsense.
Absolutely.
It's like in the market, fresh lettuce, fresh cabbage, freshly pronounced nonsense. Chris, please.
Doman, I'm Malamutin, so I barely know what the track of the conversation is, but I'll just say to Ander that there are many good films around about how to become an arms dealer. Unfortunately, most of them end in sticky ends, but they're still interesting. So the film nerds will be able to provide a list on that. And then I was just going to say to you that I watched I don't know if I probably missed something because I did, but I went and watched that NFL documentary last night. And out of that, it was absolutely, amazing and emotional. And I had a couple of thoughts on it, and I thought, well, wow, that's really great because, that's the message getting back to the Americans, and not only the Americans actually, but then they had the NFL football game in Munich, and I thought, oh God, that was a timely thing. I don't know when that happened, but all of those Germans in the stadium and that watching the NFL and that, and learning about Ukraine. So I just thought that was absolutely brilliant. And another hashtag, who, if not us, I believe it was, if memory serves. So, I'm a bit of a hashtag fan and who, hashtag who, if not us, I thought was very good. So sorry, I hope I didn't take you off track there.
No, that's fine, Chris. Trash Panda, were you around yesterday for that interview?
No, I wasn't. I'm sorry. I have many balls up in the air right now.
No, that's okay. I just thought because you would be more.
I heard it was a resounding success.
I heard the same, but I'm yet to find someone who was actually there. Just kidding. I know who was there, but I was otherwise preoccupied. But I'm glad that it was, and. Sometimes things like that can bring people in. Maybe this is an important thing to note, who otherwise wouldn't be brought in, right?
To be honest with you, I don't follow the NFL. I'm sorry. I really respect and admire the director and the producer that are Ukrainian that went out and did this documentary. And I will allot some time to go and watch it whenever I get time to pee.
Marcus?
Yeah, I also watched it last night. I made time to go and do that, and it's about 45 minutes to an hour, I think. And it was definitely worth watching. I know nothing of the NFL. Absolute zip zero, don't care. Apologies. It's just outside of my circle. And I really found it very impactful. The real thing that they talked about with the team was the fact that they were comrades and, brothers as part of a team. That was sort of the main point of them being, the sports team, but also using that sport to spread the word wider and find a bigger audience. I truly believe that it was a very, very good documentary. It was its message was, very hard hitting, but it brought the personal sort of everyday life that these people are having to live through, and very moving. I mean, I'm not an emotional girl, but I did indeed have a lump in my throat. I thought it was well worth a watch. So just if you are the emotional type, you must have some tissues at the ready.
Chris?
Well, yes. Definitely. I don't think I actually cried, but I was definitely very close to doing that. And it's, sort of interesting, how they, basically, of course, there's a lot about the wives and the families of the soldiers in there. And I think Marcus is absolutely right, that you just thought, oh, wow, these guys are out there and they're like, transferring their teamwork and their strategizing and all the rest of that, from the American football field. Obviously, I have to say American football field to the battlefront, and they're out of necessity, their wives and their families were basically, leading the representation, if you like. It was the wives and the families that went to Munich for that NFL game. So, yeah, I mean, like as Mocha says, it's just like definitely worth, if I can say this, tearing your way from Maria Report for a moment and going and watching it. Yeah, so tough decision, but probably worth it sometime. I was going to just a tank thing that's been, two tank things actually that's been on my mind. I don't know what you think, Doman, but so firstly, I'm sat here thinking, well, the really great thing here is that the dam has burst, and it's now any tank. Right, whichever tank there's a bit of a thing about the armor and the stuff that we don't want them to get that they don't know about and all that blah. But basically, it's any tank, anywhere, anytime, type of thing. So like that's like really a big thing, And also, I was thinking, and this is for the army folks and that. I'm like, yeah, things have changed, haven't they? Because like now we have drones, right? And so when you put drones into the mix with tanks, is that going to change the tank tactics? And is that going to change the requirements for a tank in the first place? So I don't know. It's just like on my mind.
Can you run that by us again? Just like the Cole's Notes version, because I was kind of half-heartedly listening. Sorry, I apologize.
I can address it, Combat Trash Panda. Yeah, that's exactly it, Chris. Right? For a long time, we were waiting for just any tanks, right? There was a thought that maybe the way this will go is going to be some of these things are going to go first, and then some other tanks are better, more modern tanks are going to go later. The difference is that with time, I think a lot of people started to realize, like myself, that clearly it will have to start at the top end first and then kind of flow down. So yes, once Leopard 2s are going, then all of the other things like Leopard 1s, like whatnot else, are also going to be going. And I think that's the useful way of thinking about it. Yeah, more will go with time. Absolutely, Chris. And this is what Combat Trash Panda can speak more to. Is yes, it's an effort to keep all of it running when you have a disparate collection, but that doesn't mean it's anything like not worth it, right? It's still very thoroughly worth it to keep it all running, because having protected mobility with considerable firepower is always going to be worth it for the Ukrainians.
Well, let's dispel a couple things off the start here. I get a lot of DMs going, oh, there's a lot of dissimilar equipment going into Ukraine. Oh, it's logistically harsh and whatnot. Yeah, we get it. You know what? We have a lot of dissimilar equipment and logistical woes. We call it NATO. And essentially, Ukraine is a microcosm of what the armed conflict between Warsaw Pact and NATO would have been. And you're going to see that come this spring. And you're going to see, and I'll put money on it. Actually, I have reached out to several Ukrainian armored units and said the first one that brings me footage of them killing a T-14, I will buy their unit a case of beer. Hands down. If they take out an aircraft with their new Western tanks, I will buy them whatever hard liquor they want.
There you go. Challenge issued. Nina, please.
Good morning, Domin. Good morning, everybody. There's a new law in Ukraine that says that the troops are not allowed to drink, by the way.
Yeah, while on the front line.
Correct. Right. I have a few questions. First one is about those Leopard 1s that Germany is giving. Is the number 88 or 188? And how useful are those? Because I see on the internet they're produced before the 272.
So I'll just talk about the numbers, and then Combat Trash Panda wanted to can talk about utility. So there are 88 with either Rheinmetall or Krauss-Maffei-Wegmann, one of the two companies. I forget which one. There's another, I think 99 with FFG in Flensburg that used to be Danish, and 20 of those will go as the first batch, and then you'll see how long it takes to fix up the rest. There are more with other industry in Italy, in Belgium, in other countries. So we will see how many of those end up going. But all of that together is well into the hundreds. So there's 88, there's 99, of which 20 will go soon, and then there's another goodness knows how many in other industry holdings. It's complicated, but that kind of covers that. So Combat Trash Panda wanted to, how useful are Leopard 1s?
Yeah, let's talk about the Leopard 2s for a second before we get into the Leopard 1s. So you're talking about the pointy end of the spear. That's your Leopard 2s, that's your Charlie 2s, or Charlie 2s as we call them, that Challenger 2s, in case you didn't know. Your Leclercs, what else we got? Your Abrams, they're all Gen 3 tanks. For the most part, they're all equals. You know, they have plus and minuses in nuances in their performance, but essentially they're all equals. Now, Leopard 1 is a generation before this. So once the Leopard 2s go out there and they do all the slugfest in the front, they make the breakthroughs, then you can pour in your Leopard 1s. And your Leopard 1s can, and 122 can jump in here if he's not changing diapers, but and talk about the tactics there, because I'm an artillery guy and signals guy. Talking about armors, I know what they do on the map. Down in the nit and gritty, I can't talk about the minutia of the tactics. However, they can pour in after the fact. They're your securing force. They're your guard, right? Your rear guard, and they can do that exquisitely. You know, they can come up and they can, because what happens is when you go take an area, is your punch, your armored fist goes through the enemy lines, and they pour out through, and they carry on doing whatever they're doing. You know, they may not take every single position that the enemy had as they're pouring through. So, like we've seen with the offensive around Kharkiv and the counteroffensive, I should say, around Kharkiv, moving down to Luhansk. There was a lot of Russians left there in trenches going like, WTF, where did all my buddies go? That's left for the rear guard. They come up, and your police forces, they come up and they secure the rear as your front moves up. So it's a well orchestrated machine. It's like a ballet. When these forces move forward, there's all the logistics are moving forward with it, and to see it, I saw it en masse with the Americans doing it, and it is something to see, man. It truly is. To see like these multi-nation NATO exercises where the stabby end moves forward, and then all the little noodly bits to start running up behind it and make sure that they don't overextend and get the job done, to accomplish the mission. So the Leo 1, again, it's how you use it. It's where it is employed. Is it needed? Absolutely, 100%. We're not denying that. Will it be at the pointy end of the spear? No, it will not. Will it be at the hilt of the spear? Probably not. It's going to be somewhere in the middle. And where it's employed is that's NATO NATO armor doctrine, which I'm not entirely familiar with. 122, you done changing those diapers? I'm not entirely familiar with. However, there's others in here that can give you treaties on it all day long.
Great, thank you. So last question about those 150-kilometer range bombs. Can Ukraine fit them on HIMARS or not? Because I'm confused.
Okay, that I can speak to. So, it looks like the Saab website have jumped a little bit, just a little bit, when they said that it fits on HIMARS and MLRSs and whatnot. So they apparently know how to do it, but it's not officially certified yet because that is a Lockheed Martin product and this is a Boeing sub product. So there's no official certification that says you can do this. But they do have a separate launcher in the meantime while awaiting Lockheed Martin to okay and certify the thing. That's probably what's going on. And what needs to be checked and okayed is the electronics computer targeting connection between the missiles in the pod and the software that's used by the HIMARS. So what it probably means is there probably needs to be a patch on the software somewhere, but it's fine. Now, when they're gonna come is still a question. Could be tomorrow, could be months down the line, and that is very confusing. And I'm not even gonna go close to trying to figure that out. So I'll put that somewhere else, Nina. Yeah. Okay. Wanted to speak more about the tanks. Please do, because it's much better than me going on about when the daggers might show up.
No, so I just wanted to something the Combat Trash Panda was going into is when maybe the Leo 2s, for example, make a breakthrough. You need more armor to come behind, to secure flanks, to secure points, to maybe take out positions that the Leo 2s went past, because I can't recall who wrote it, but it was someone speaking out about the Kharkiv offensive. They said they could have gone further, but they couldn't because they did not have enough armor to secure every position they went past. And if they had more armor, they could have probably pushed even further or even harder. But at some point, you need to stop your push, look at what ground you've taken, and consolidate your positions, so you don't overstretch your lines. If you have Leo 1s, they can help you with this. Once the Leo 2s push through a gap and the IV goes with them, you maybe still need to clear some small villages where there's small or no presence of Russian tanks. Then you can make use of the Leo 1s to go in there with 3 IVs. You send 2 to 3 Leo 1s with them as fire support. They'll be able to recce and look if there's an MBT in that village. If it's a small village, they should be able to see it, and they should be able to engage it and take it out. So that's also what they're going to be good at, sort of like bulking up a force that's going to make a breakthrough to secure the ground you have taken, so the more heavy punching force can continue doing its thing and not feel threatened in the back. So that is also an important role. They can feel like sort of like a backfill or fill out source. That's what I'm theorizing about what it could be as well. But who knows? Ukrainians have surprised us before, so we'll see.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah. Again. Sorry, been malamuting, but I think I just caught most of what 122 said there, right? And I was just going to say. The other thing that I mentioned to that, which I'm just cogitating on, obviously I'm a Navy guy, an old Navy guy, and so I know nothing about tanks and all the rest of it, right? But I think things have fundamentally changed in terms of tank warfare. I particularly think that with the Ukrainians pioneering use of drones, right? So I think that, I've watched all the films, Fury and Kelly's Heroes and all that. So obviously I know loads about tank tactics now. you know,
Please don't mention Fury. Sorry, just don't mention that movie.
Okay, yeah, okay. Well, that says something anyway. I'm glad I provoked that because I thought, you know, that's my Bible at the minute. You know, anyway. So, but bear with me, right? And then, you know, feel free to shoot me down because I'm not bothered. But I think, like, whereas pre-drone, you know, you would send out like tanks to do recce's and all of that stuff, right? And then, you know, you'd find somebody, and, you know, if you came across a Tiger tank, then you're in the shit, you know. But like, yeah, you would send out, you know, tanks to do recce's and that, and then, you know, they'd find what they find, and sometimes they'd get in trouble and sometimes not, you know. But you don't have to do that anymore because you just send out a drone now, and then you know what's there pretty well, and then you send what's appropriate. So tell me I'm wrong, you know, I probably am, but, you know.
No, you're completely right. The drones have changed the battle space a lot, and they will continue doing that. But it's also, when you're planning for stuff for an operation, you have what you call a known and an unknown. So you take in consideration what you know is there and what could be there as well, because you don't want to roll up there and all of a sudden go like, oh crap, there's a T-72 that's been stashed in one of these industrial buildings or something like that. Have you had surveillance for a long time on an area? You will probably know it's there, but it all depends. But, you know, there's different kinds of things when it goes into planning a lot of things, and you still want to have, you know, the toolbox with you or in the vicinity if you encounter a problem that requires you to use a different tool, if that makes sense. So the drone, you know, utility for information has certainly improved operational planning and what you can do and know about your enemy. But you still have to have this readiness for any issue that can occur, especially in this war, because you know, this is a conventional war and there's a lot of forces spread out. So it's also, you might get into a fight over a position, but if that fight drags on, the enemy can maybe send troops from vicinity as well. So you have to keep that in track, or keep that in mind, that the reinforcements can arrive if the situation drags on. So yeah, sure, they are great, but you still have, you know, a lot of factors that you have to take in. That's not just at the location you're looking at as well. But the Ukrainians know this. They are probably the best users of this kind of tool at the moment. So I'm not too worried they will use everything correctly. But yeah, you're right. They have improved things a lot, yes. But it's still, you know, I'm going to go back to a comparison about things said. People said once infantry was not, you know, needed anymore, or it was less needed nowadays, where you have a lot of vehicles, but you still, or where you have a lot of air power, but you still need those eyes on the ground, because you will always discover things which you cannot see from a drone. Drone is up in the air, and when you're down on the ground, you see things, you know, on a horizon level, and you might see obstacles that the drone is hard, you know, it's hard to see on a drone sometimes. It's you need a full-scale picture. You need a drone, and you need eyes on the ground as well, and then you get an amazing picture. Hope that makes sense.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Marcus, we only got to something else. I'd like to extend this line a little bit. So if you have something on this, feel free, but otherwise I'd like to delve a bit deeper.
Okay, it was just a quick announcement of returned Ukrainian prisoners. 116 have been returned today.
Excellent.
Please continue.
Thank you, Marcus. It's always heartening to hear whenever whenever Ukraine can save some people of theirs from Russian captivity, and you use that intentionally, that phrasing, because that is indeed what they're doing. All right. So, what wanted to going back to drones and tanks. I've got a kind of a question, flipping Chris's thought on its head. So previously, you've often described how tanks attempt to hide in edges of forests, behind buildings, wherever. How much is that being made more difficult compared to a no drone environment now that it is such a very full of drone environment? And really what I'm curious about, wanted to, is what would you see that you will have had to have been adjusting compared to the assumptions that you were using while in training, or just the way that the conception of it has to have changed of late?
So the drones make it, it's really hard because before you had, satellite images and maybe recon flights that you needed to take into account. Satellites did not pass, it did pass in intervals. So maybe it wasn't that, it was somewhat real time, but not always real time. So you didn't need to take it that much into account. When we're practicing, maybe the enemy was doing recon with flights, you would hear that as well, or see it, or you would know it. But here you're not, always going to be fully aware. The enemy has a drone nearby, and you're going to be watched in real time, real up and close. So it's going to be hard. So especially with these drones that have the night capabilities as well, it's going to be really hard to hide your tank, because one thing you could do is try to hide your tank during the day in a building. I'd hope for the best that you don't get a strike on you. And then in the night, you can move it, put it in a tree line, put up camo nets, and try to hide it there. And the enemy hopefully would think it, would still be in the building. But since a lot of drones have nice thermals, and if you have enough drones and you can keep them up 24/7 and keep the watch on the enemy position, you will not be able to do that, which you would be able to do before. So it makes it really difficult for you, and it's almost like you need a small air defense screen with you at all times that will deny the enemy the possibility to use UAVs, or else you have to be super careful and pretty much use a camo net almost every time you try to park the tank. You need to use the camo net, and even though you use the camo net, it's not a guarantee that you're going to be invisible. That's not how it works. You can still get spotted, but it will improve your chances of not getting spotted. So I would say it's going to be. It was, one thing we were taught before, concealing the tank, but I think it's going to be even more so now in the training about trying to hide and counter maneuvers to try and avoid getting spotted by the drone, or how to hide. But the best sort of like cure for this is to have your tank resources sort of like as a quick reaction force, which I've been talking about. So if you have like 4 villages at the front on a line, you will have the quick reaction force somewhere behind a few kilometers, and the tanks will respond to a call from one of these villages. Then you will not be able to recon that quick reaction force spot as easily, since it's further behind the lines. That's how I would use it probably more, and not keep such a heavy presence in those villages at all times. But it's just it's really hard. That's the conclusion, that the drones have made it easier to do recon for sure.
So in that context, has being hidden from above become much more important than before, and maybe being hidden on the side becoming less important, right? Because a lot of the previous efforts were done, of course, in order so that somebody doesn't spot the silhouette of a tank from the ground somewhere, right?
Yes, the priority is going to be to hide from the air now. Yes, that's totally correct. And as you might know, Daniel Berlin, which is usually on here, he's one of those guys that we would use in the Swedish Armed Forces to get the eyes on the Jaegers, would sit and watch in tree lines. But, that's restricted. If there's a building, you can just park the tank behind it and maybe just drive, in a straight line from that position, and you won't be able to see the tank leaving if the building is big enough as well. But that's not going to happen when you have UAVs. You're going to get that top-down view, so you're going to see a tank leaving or moving at all times and exactly where it is. So it's going to be of the essence to get a tactic on how to minimize the threat of UAVs and how to minimize the information you give the enemy when moving in a UAV territory, so to speak.
Trash Panda?
And I was just going to comment, my experience is solidly during the Cold War period. And we used to deploy with what we called cam nets. And if there's anybody here that's ever served in any military in the world, they can tell you with 100% certainty, cam nets was the bane of our existence. Literally, we've lost entire soldiers that got hung up in cam nets and never saw them again. Now, one of the reasons, and in the artillery, and I'm sure armored is the same ilk, was we deploy cam nets not to deny the enemy that something's there, although I've
ultimately the language itself, like you see from space. You tell me, you look down at, oh wow, that's a carrot. And there's something underneath it. I don't know what it is, but there's something there. You know, and ultimately that's sorry. Was I going down the tangent there? I was muted. I think So These things must Smart people, and just transmission of light and power. It was 150, 200 kilometers away, something like that. What was the interaction across the Romanian Soviet border between the Romanian and Moldova? The Romanian border with the Soviet Republic of Moldova. How did that border look like? And then, how was the war in Transnistria perceived in Romania in 1992 populist, anti-European decentralization of the states at small level led in the autonomy of communities to act because they were successful. Very successful in this war. This electorate was a small state for autonomy, but was very successful. Will help the country, will help the decentralizations, and will help to reach Macron's and Scholz of Europe. It's very hard because at this moment Ukrainians feel they don't have to fight with some people. But it's a difference of Russians who live in the Russian Federation and Russians, for example, who are colonizing Crimea. Because the questions, real questions, which Americans or the Department advisor Ukraine will talk is about this Kremlin, what Ukraine is saying. Let me touch something on this, and I concur with a lot of this. There's three things that have to be touched upon this. Remember our ultimate point, right? This is a from the less than but still is not a European law. No, it's not. Listen to me, check the thing that is put out. There's a check on the scorecard, right? There's 7 recommendations that need to be fulfilled, which basically state Venice Commission recommendations. Venice Commission's a thing that was set up around 1990, which is improvement of democracy through legislation. And all of these things basically flow out of that. And the Commission's a very obscure body. It crucially works together with the European Union, with candidates, and its recommendations are what has to be taken forward and included in the body of rules as a part of the key humanitarian negotiations. Right? So, right now, the alteration legislation in national government is about 8 out of 10. It's pretty good. And that's why? Because of the change that was recently introduced. Those last 2 points aren't coming until, well, for as long as the worst one, I don't think. Because until there won't be another change. And that change will be a part of the withholding of the settlement. And by settlement, I don't mean negotiations with Russia. By settlement, I mean, the post-war, the post-war reality that will be formalized within Ukraine. But if they've already gotten far, then I think they've gotten as far as they can under the present kinetic conditions. So I think that's pretty straightforward. And honestly, with the changes that have already been implemented, I'm not particularly worried. Beyond that, I do concur. I just think that this isn't something that is all will they one day kind of question anymore. It's just a question of when, but we know the answer. It's just difficult to put that into the calendar. But we know the answer when in relation with other events. I like it because it kind of really points to through the lines, whether it's the big changes to be made. That's judiciary and especially the status of various oligarchy banks. And those are convents. I think the oligarchy banks are going to be quicker. I think the judiciary is going to take longer. But that's really when the vast majority of the work is still having to be done. With respect to Venice Commission recommendations, and then specifically that, this was done, this was included in the statement yesterday, saying the EU and Ukraine reiterated their commitment to fully respect the rights of persons belonging to minorities as enshrined in the United Council of Europe Convention and related protocols. In this regard, Ukraine will continue to consult and cooperate with the Venice Commission and will proceed to ongoing substantive dialogue with representatives of persons belonging to minority European legislation. And the EU, of course, stands ready to assist Ukraine further on its reform efforts and their implementation. understands certain things about approaches of Russian propaganda and that ultimately from the Medvedev. He distinguishes different groups but not having different context. And this is where communication is hard because that context matters. Right? So yes and no. And the problem that wasn't being addressed, certainly not adequately, is the approaches of Russian propaganda which go very specific particular ways that cannot be decided this way. Because they're not just looking within a polity, a single polity, and not looking just within the borders of Ukraine. There's a bigger picture outside of that. And that's why there's a problem in place. And that's why I said the problem in place isn't now. And this is something that sufficiently well explains the fact that the Venice Commission, the European Commission, and whatnot. And this is why they're perfectly happy with the situation, which is there for a while in different time frames. That's the slight difference. And that has to be understood at the same time. That's probably exactly why if you would take a look at the population here in the States, we have human rights doesn't normally not see as that. No, this is what I just said. Because you're looking at a single polity, because you're looking within one closed system. You're not looking at the dynamic that you have. You didn't have Mexico or Canada invade during the American Civil War. That's the difference. And that's why you can't apply that analogy. Completely which is that in the United States, what happened was, yes, there was a civil war. The issues were mixed. There were slavery and a bunch of other things. But in the midst of the war, the Union wasn't exactly winning. President Lincoln, although he had racist views, came out with the Emancipation Proclamation, which freed all the slaves immediately in the southern states. And he did that obviously for political reasons. Everything's political, right? Consequently, or in part, consequence to North, the Union won the Civil War, defeated the southern states, and forced them to fix their lives and they'll go through political redistribution. And we're still struggling with that in the States today. But that proclamation during the war was a key piece of legislation giving rights to people who had virtually none and had a specific intended effect. Now, I understand that this is about Russian disinformation, and you probably know I post all the time trying to shoot down the disinformation agents and that makes so on Twitter. But that's a different point. Not saying that Russia has any valid points. Russia got blown smoke out the news as far as I care. But still, the effect of constantly polarizing, I don't care what your background is, this country standing on the unified war of Ukrainians, and everyone's exactly the same race. They can do whatever the hell they want, so long as they don't hurt anybody else. We're in favor of human rights in all forms. That includes letting us call for what you have to say. And that would probably, and that's why Daniel's statement hit me so profoundly was because I said it out. The original point here to what Putin's disinformation says about suppression is facts, not facts, what people did in the past. This is the path forward, and it doesn't matter. We still need 50,000 rubble, ignoring the existence of the disinformation machine in Moscow. So, okay, I'm done. Okay. So this is what the last thing you said, right? This is the European Union, which that I think is kind of the point of all. The things that you said would be good to be there. They're already there. That's already the status quo. That has been the status quo for a long time. That isn't the issue. The issue that Daniel is speaking to is a particular European approach to human rights, which doesn't exist in the US. It just isn't there. It's a completely different legal framework. It's a completely different conceptual framework, which is built on is depending on the country, there's different solutions in different countries. But for example, one of the things that is done in some countries, not all the countries, is a certain set of parliamentary seats, for example, being set aside for members of registered minority groupings. That is to say, minorities largely that existed in the country before the First World War. Usually that's kind of in practice, that's the kind of the cutoff point, because that's the one where a lot of countries find a lot of borders change. So, for example, it wouldn't apply for large migrant flows that happened in the 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, but does apply for those that happened before that. The situation that existed before that. It also applies to things like additional financing for media in minority languages. Right? So newspapers, TV stations, whatnot, cover that particular set of that particular segment of the population. That segment of the population might not be commercially viable because it is a relatively small population, sometimes very small population, but this makes it viable. That preserves just cultural linguistic features that otherwise wouldn't exist. So it's things like that. It's additional funding for schooling to be done in minority languages. So a lot of these next level things, that's why I said, the next level, the thing that doesn't really exist in the US, because the US, the assumption was, well, we all have the same rights, the kids are all equal, that's it. But that's because the conception of law is also different, being a lot more based on what isn't prohibited as allowed, as opposed to a positive prescription of what should be done beyond that. So that's why, again, it goes well beyond the things that you brought up. I hope that really helps. With media financing, school financing, etc., in the very exciting thing, especially. Yes, it's thank you. This is one thing. One of the things that you brought up, that's already on there. Don't worry about that. That is in the list. That's already very well contained in the website. It's very easy to get because it's not something complex. You can put a scale. For example, Hungarians in Romania don't have their places in parliament used because they have a party who get 7 to 8% always in Erasmus, which make them the big outworker in any coalition. But any other minority who can even claim as one person, but then they can't go to election, so they are represented in parliament. Some clause is already wrong. Some clause need to be stated clearly. Second, I know why the Russian generals, especially the oligarchs, especially the Jewish because some of the families were like a Jew, were closed. But nobody 90s into the 2000s that was a laser guided enhancement of the Starpod package to make it power with existing rocket and launch code. And I can never determine whether the ones that were in the package for last month were the original dumb EMR rockets with no enhancement, and the ones with the enhancements that are laser guided semi-smart, munitions. And that ever come up in the resolve in the report? That's my question. I'll drop down and listen to the yes or no answer. The answer is no. It may not resolve. But it seems like it's the dumb ones. And it seems like that can be used for because otherwise there would be much more progression with the platform neutral, and apparently that was probably harder to do than easier to do. But yeah, the unguided ones almost unguided beneficial myself. But yeah, unguided, not laser guided. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, you have that. And I wanted to ask, I comment ask things that particular from the US. So I keep banging my head on one word with one. So today one of the things is I cannot form words. I don't know why. I'm like, okay, you will forgive me for that. And I have howling dogs in the apartment above, so if you hear those, they are not mine. So I wanted to ask about some rockets which are called GSDB. What are those? And how many, and how could they work, and how could they help? And why do we talk about them? Are they rockets? What are they? So that's a good question. I'll give myself a good technical designation, and that's going to be. So let's first of all, there are many names for these. There's the official name, noise and cute and stop flying and so on. But you can see what's going on with Swiss export license and Swiss leopards if you're interested. There's been an update on Friday. Please, Australia. The Security Commission of the State Council to the Upper House of Parliament came up with a new proposal on Friday, basically saying, without changing any of the laws or anything in the Constitution, the Federal Council can simply reenact the re-export restrictions. And they can do it on the administrative law without even need a law change, and they should discuss this next week in order to move this stuff faster. That led to a big interview of Mr. Pfister, who's the head of what is called the Uniter Partei, the Central Party, something similar to the German CDU, who basically said, let's do it in the fastest way. The fastest way is to do it on administrative procedures and follow the lower house of Parliament's proposal to change the law, simply revoke on administrative feet the restriction of the export licenses after 5 years for a group of countries. And it's going to be discussed Monday, Tuesday. They could even move this stuff faster than before, and it would include not only the different ammunition, but also include the grey armies. Anything that needs to be done within a week. That can be done as fast as the bureaucracy in governments. Maybe it's 2 weeks, but that would not even need a change in the law. And this can be done under the Article 163, if I remember correctly, which is the emergency provision. And Mr. Pfister was having this commission said it's clearly an emergency. I mean, it took them a year to hurry up on this, but this came along many more newspaper columns and articles, mostly from the NZZ, but also from the Blick. And the Blick is our main tabloid similar to the Bild in Germany, and it's the one that is really closest to the Social Democrats. So, and there was also a quote from Rheinmetall who basically says, yes, it's very restrictive and very bad, but now they think it's the politics of socialism are moving towards something sensible that we can say with production and engineering and design in Switzerland. So there's an explicit statement of Rheinmetall this morning in the NZZ. Well, now, hopefully again, that's what they said. Interesting. Okay. So, you know what the funny thing is? This is not really not saying, well, this is how they can do it all up before kind of